Hello, friends. In the high stake world of corporate leadership, volatility is the only constant. But what separates a good leader from an unshakable one? In this video, we explore the profound wisdom of Bhagavad Gita and its direct application to the modern CEOs and different, high leadership executives. We dive deep into the concept of samadhi, not as a mystical retreat, but as the ultimate state of the mental clarity and decision making. Let us proceed further on this thought.
Hello friends and namaskaram. A different kind of space race for India is heating up. While Elon Musk Starlink has been navigating a maze of Indian regulatory clearances, Mr. Mukesh Ambani's Reliance Jio has just dropped a bombshell. Reliance is reportedly eyeing a multi-billion dollar entry into low Earth orbit (LEO), and that is a satellite market, if you don't know. And he is aiming to build a homegrown rival that could change the face of Indian internet forever. In this video, we break down the high-stake battle between the world's richest man and the India's biggest telecom partner. Let's go. Imagine a world where the most remote village in the Himalayas has the same internet speed as a penthouse in Mumbai. That world is coming. But it is not coming through cables, it is coming from the space. Welcome to the ultimate showdown of 2026, Reliance versus Starlink. This isn't just a business deal, it's a battle for India's digital sovereignty. For years, India has been the land of telecom wars. We saw 4G price plummet when Jio entered the market in 2016. But as of May 2026, terrestrial towers have hit a limit. While 99.6% of Indian districts have 5G coverage, there are still millions in shadow zones where fiber can't reach. And the price is definitely very big. A satellite communication market projected to reach 3.77 billion this year, growing at a staggering 16% CAGR. This is why Elon Musk and Mukesh Ambani are locking horns. One wants to bring this global network to India. The other wants to build a Desi constellation to protect India's interest. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's talk about Elon Musk. Starlink is already a global powerhouse operating in over 100 countries. In India, Starlink has been chasing a launch since late 2022. So what's holding it up? As of today, May 6, 2026, Starlink is cleared for orbit but stuck in the tarmac. Although they have received a global mobile personal communication by satellite GMPCS license in June 2025, they are currently in security limbo. What are these hurdles? So first is the security hurdle. The Indian government has a very high standards. They require separate security clearance for every satellite gateway and localization of facilities for lawful interception. Next is the FDI logjam. Starlink's foreign direct investment proposal is still pending with the Department of Space. Third is the cost. While the Jio is known for being cheap, Starlink global hardware kit costs between $250 to $380, roughly about 21,000 to 31,000 rupees in Indian currency, with monthly fee potentially reaching 3,000 rupees. Can Musk drop the price low enough for the Indian mass market? That's a very big question at this point in time. Enter Mr. Mukesh Ambani, For a while, Reliance was working with SES on a medium Earth orbit (MEO) system called Geospace Fiber. But as of yesterday, May 6, 2026, the strategy has shifted dramatically. Reliance is now eyeing a multi-billion-dollar entry into LEO, low Earth orbit segment. And the war is now being fought at the war footing levels. Report indicates Reliance has formed 6 dedicated teams to work on the satellites, payload, launches, and the user terminals. The acquisition strategy is also being worked out. Ambani isn't just building from scratch. Reliance is reportedly looking to acquire an existing satellite entity that already has orbital slots and infrastructure to speed up the launch. And lastly, the sovereignty argument. Reliance is positioning this as a national security move. Having a made in India LEO constellation reduce dependency on the foreign entities, a critical factor given the global geopolitical climate at this point in time. So, why the sudden pivot to LEO? Well, there are various advantages. First is the latency. The traditional satellite, which is MEO or GEO, are quite far away, they are further away. LEO satellites are closer to Earth, meaning lower latency. Perfect for 300 million Indian 5G users who want to game or video call without a lag. Next is the direct to device. In 2026 is the year which will be known for direct to device tech. Imagine your phone connected to a satellite automatically when you lose cell signal. Starlink and Geo are both racing to perfect this. Third is the spectrum battle. There is a massive debate over the spectrum pricing. The DOT is favoring a 5% charge on adjusting gross revenue, while Starlink is pushing for lower cost to make service viable in India. So, who takes the crown now? Starlink has proven tech and the global fleet. Reliance Jio has home court advantage, regulatory favor, and history of disrupting market with aggressive pricing. But don't forget the dark horse. Airtel's UTL set, OneWeb, and Amazon's project Kuiper are also in the wings, waiting for their share of 3.77 billion pie, which is just the Indian market. The winner won't just be one with the most satellite, it will be the one who can convince the Indian consumer to switch from their rupees 500 fiber plan to satellite dish. So friends, what do you think? Are you team Jio or team Starlink? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into the future of the telecom, tech, and other business issues. I'm CK and I will see you in the next one. Before I go, I would like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
The resume is fading and the algorithm are rising. Welcome to the new age of hiring. For a generation, the resume has been the passport to opportunity, a single sheet of paper meant to capture the essence of person's career, ambition, and potential. Recruiters relied on it as their compass, scanning from keywords, actually judging the experience and making the judgment further. And that shaped the lives and the companies alike. But in today's corporate world, the compass is being recalibrated. Artificial intelligence has entered the hiring arena, shifting the focus from polished resume to predictive algorithm. What once depend on the human intuition is now increasingly governed by machine logic. And the ripple effect are transforming not only how company recruit, but also how candidates present themselves. For decades, the hiring process has revolved around the resume, carefully crafted document meant to summarize a candidate's skill, experience, and aspirations. Recruiters would shift through the stacks of resumes, searching for the right fit and often relying on the intuition and human judgment. But today, the familiar ritual is being disrupted. Algorithms are shaping in and reshaping corporate hiring strategies and slowing down the traditional recruitment as we know it. Artificial intelligence is no longer confined to futuristic speculation. It is embedded in the very fabric of talent acquisition. So companies are deploying AI-driven platform that scan thousands of applications in a second, identifying patterns invisible to human eye. And instead of recruiters spending hours and like judging the resumes and finding out the right candidate, machine learning models evaluated it very fast and very the behavioral clue and the skill is being judged by the machine. Competencies are judged by the machines, and the result is hiring process is more faster, more data driven, and at least in theory more objective. Yet this shift is not without tension. Traditional recruitments relied heavily on human interaction. The handshake at the interview, the nuances, reading of a candidate's personality, the gut feeling that someone might be a cultural fit. AI challenges this by reducing the process in qualifying metrics. So algorithm can rank candidate by predictive job preferences, but they cannot replicate the warmth of human connection. And this raises a profound question. Are we hiring people or are we hiring data points? So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So now going forward, when we are talking about resume and the algorithm shift in the job market, the corporates are embracing the AI because it promises efficiency. In industries where the talent demand is high, AI tool can cut hiring timelines dramatically, and they can also help reduce bias, at least when designed carefully by focusing on the skill rather than demographic markers. For example, AI can highlight the candidate from unconventional background who might otherwise be overlooked. So paradoxically, if the algorithm are actually trained on biased historical data, they risk perpetuating the very inequalities they are meant to solve. So the slowing of traditional recruitment is evident in diminishing role of resume themselves. So increasingly, the companies are actually finding this easy, and the companies are also asking candidates to demonstrate the skill through online assessment, coding challenges, and or sometimes gamified test. An AI system then evaluate these results often before a human recruiter even see the candidate's name. So the resume, once the centerpiece of hiring, is becoming a supportive document at the best. And this transformation also changes the role of recruiters. Instead of manually screening resume, recruiters are becoming interpreters of AI insight. So this is how the job market is evolving. Their job is shifting towards relationship building, employers branding, and ensuring that the human element is not lost in the set of algorithm. In this sense, AI is not eliminating recruiters, it is redefining their responsibilities. For job seekers, the implications are profound, very high. So, and I think you're also aware of this change in the market. So, when we talk about the candidates and the getting hired by big companies, by corporate, so there's the role of crafting a resume with a clever wording may no longer be enough. Candidate must learn to speak algorithm and tailoring their application to highlight measurable skills, and also the AI system which actually AI system recognize. At the same time, they must prepare for the recruitment journey that feels less personal, more automated, and sometimes opaque. Transparency is how these algorithms work, and will be crucial to the meaning of trust for hiring also. Ultimately, the rise of AI is hiring kind of a balance, a story of a balance, you know. The efficiency and the scales are undeniable, definitely an advantage, but they must be they also weigh against the fairness sometimes, and maybe you can say more on empathy, or sometimes you may feel that they are less empathic. So the human judgment is not there that much, which was there earlier. The future of recruitment will likely to be hybrid. You know, algorithm handling the heavy lifting of the data analysis, and while the human provide the nuances, the context, and the compassion that machine cannot replicate. So when we say that algorithm over resume, we are not just describing a technological shift. We are witnessing a cultural transformation, and that is also at the same time how company define talent, how individual present themselves, and how society negotiate the line between human intuitions and machine precision. So the resume may not disappear entirely, but its reign as the king of hiring is definitely ending. In its place, the new era of emerging, one where the algorithm and the human must learn to collaborate in the delicate art of choosing what we get in the job, you know. So in the end, the rise of AI in recruitment is not simply a technical actually shift or a technical upgrade. It is a cultural turning point. The resume, once the centerpiece of professional identity, is being overshadowed by algorithms that promise speed, scale, and sharper insight. Yet the human element remain irreplaceable. You know, the company will need a strike, definitely a delicate balance, letting machine handle the data while the people preserve the empathy, the intuition, and nuances that define meaningful work in relationship. So as we move forward, the question is not whether algorithm will replace the resume, but how human and machine will collaborate to redefine the hiring means. So the future of recruitment will be less about polished documents and more about demonstrated skills, adaptability and authenticity. And in that the future success will belong to the organization that embrace the technology without losing sight of humanity. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we'll see you in next one. And before we close this video, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, is the world on the brink of economic meltdown? In this video, we break down the explosive news as President Trump announces a staggering 50% tariff on Chinese imports. This massive escalation comes on the heel of the collapsed Islamabad Peace Summit, sending shockwaves through global market and intensifying the fear of all-out trade war once again. We dive deep into the geopolitical fallout, the failed negotiations in Pakistan, and what these new trade barriers mean for our wallet, the tech industry, and the future of international relations. Let's go. The diplomatic table has been flipped. What started as a high-stake attempt at the global stabilization in Islamabad has ended in a spectacular public breakdown, and the response from White House, it's an economic earthquake. Now, President Trump has just officially announced a 50% tariff on nearly all Chinese imports. We aren't talking about a negotiating tactics or a minor adjustment anymore. This is the nuclear option of a trade policy. In the next 10 minutes, we are going to peel back the curtain on why the Islamabad Peace Summit failed so catastrophically, how these tariffs will ripple through your bank accounts, and why analysts are calling this the beginning of the most dangerous economic era since the Great Depression. So friends, buckle up. This trade war didn't just restart, it just went nuclear. It just went ballistic. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's continue our analysis. To understand the 50% hammer, we have to look at the wreckage of Islamabad Peace Summit. For weeks, the world watched Pakistan with bated breath. This was supposed to be a grand bargain, a moment where the US and Chinese finally found a middle ground on security, intellectual property, and regional influence. But the reports came out of the closed door session described a scene of total deadlock. Well, the sticking point is it wasn't just trade, it was the refusal to compromise on tech sovereignty and failed resolution of the maritime disputes as well. When the Chinese delegation walked out on the final day without a joint, when I say Chinese, it's basically the Iranian as well, because world knows that the Iran is completely backed by Chinese and Russian. All right, so when they walked out on the final day without a joint statement, the peace summit became a press disaster. The Trump administrator and their philosophy has been, strength through leverage. Without a deal, the White House felt they had no choice but to maximize the pressure. The 50% tariff isn't just a tax, it's a direct retaliation of the perceived lack of cooperation in Islamabad. In economic terms, what we call is a decoupling accelerator. At 50%, it becomes mathematically impossible for many American companies to maintain their current supply chain in China. And if you're an American retailer, a 50% tax at the border wipe out an entire profit margin, and you're left only with two choices: pass the cost to the consumer, which is guys like you and me, or move your manufacturing elsewhere. Well, this is time consuming, it will take years. From semiconductors to the shoes on your feet, every single line item is about to get a Trump surcharge. This is a bold gamble that US economy is strong enough to absorb the shock, while the Chinese manufacturing sector buckles under the weight of lost business. The reaction from Wall Street has been instantaneous. We saw the Dow and the Nasdaq took triple-digit dives within minutes of the announcement. But the real chaos is happening in the shipping lanes. The logistics experts are warning of supply chain gridlock. Importers are scrambling to the front door shipment before the tariffs officially takes effect, leading to a massive bottleneck at the various coasts, especially American coast. And we already know that the Strait of Hormuz is also blocked. And then there is a retaliation factor. China has already signaled that they won't take this lying down. In fact, yesterday their foreign ministry said that please stop interfering in our affairs. So we are looking at a potential export ban on rare earth mineral, the stuff needed to make electrical car batteries and smartphones. And if the US tax Chinese goods, then China cut off the raw material to make those goods elsewhere. We aren't just looking at the higher prices, we are looking at the scarcity. So is there anyone winning here? So in the short term, domestic manufacturers in the US might see a surge in demand as the foreign competition becomes too expensive. Countries like Vietnam, Mexico, and India are also positioning themselves to catch the overflow as companies flee the Chinese market. But for the average consumer, the winner column is looking pretty thin. Economists warn that this could be a reignite of the inflation, just as we thought we had it under control. If a $1,000 iPhone suddenly costs $1,400 because of the trade levy, the consumer spending, the engine of the American economy, could stall. So let's discuss pros and cons. What are the pros? Reshoring of the jobs, increased leverage in future deals, reduced dependency on rival. And what are the cons? Higher inflation, stock market volatility, and strained relation with allies who are caught up in different crossfires across the world. So where do we go from here? The 50% tariff is more than just a policy. It's a line in the sand. It signals that the era of globalism at any cost is officially over. We are moving into a bipolar world where you are either in the Western trade bloc or you are not, or you're out basically. The big question remains, will China blink? Or will this trade war escalate into a full-blown economic Cold War that lasts for generations? One thing is certain, the failure in Islamabad wasn't the end of the story. It was the prologue to a much more intense chapter in global history. So friends, I want to hear from you. Do you think 50% tariff is the right move to protect the American interest, or is it the risk of a global recession too high? Drop your thoughts in the comments, and after receiving your comments, I will basically start making more analysis in future on the same subject. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon. We are going to be tracking this market reaction throughout the week and keep bringing the analysis to you. Thanks for watching. I am CK, and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, let me ask you, are you striving for perfection, or are you seeking the essence of the leadership? It's a very profound question, and therefore to answer this, we dive deep into one of the most profound leadership lessons from Bhagavad Gita. While many CEOs focus on KPIs, scaling and operational perfection, the Gita reveals a deeper level of mastery that only a fraction of leaders ever reach. How this works? Let's explore this further. To most CEO spending their entire lives, climbing the ladder. They climb the corporate ladder, they climb the revenue charts, and they climb the industry rankings. But here is the uncomfortable truth. Reaching the top of the mountain is not the same thing as mastering the mountains. In the world of high-stake business, we are obsessed with perfection. We want perfect systems, perfect quarters, and perfect products. But ancient wisdom suggests that the perfection is merely the entrance fee. It is not the final destination. Thousands of years ago, on a battlefield of a different kind, Bhagwan Krishna spoke a verse that serves as a startling wake-up call for the modern leaders. And this is mentioned in Bhagavad Gita chapter 7 verse 3, and it says, quote starts, among the thousands of men hardly one strive for perfection, and of those who strive and succeed hardly one knows me in essence, quote close. Today we are going to look at why most leaders stop at the first half of that verse, and why the essence is the secret to the world's most enduring legacies. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's look at the first part of the verse. Bhagwan Krishna acknowledges that even striving for perfection is rare. In business, striving for perfection is what we call the operational excellence. It is the Six Sigma, the lean management, the 80-hour work week, Out of the thousands of entrepreneurs, only a handful actually have the discipline to build a perfect machine. If you are a CEO, you are likely mastered this. You know how to optimize, you know how to win, etc. etc. But here is a trap. The perfection is static. Perfection is about following the rules of the game better than anyone else. And if you strive for perfection, you are a master of the mechanics, but you are not yet master of the essence. Most CEO get stuck here because the rewards for perfections are high. You get the bonuses, accolades, and the market share. You think you made it, but the Gita warns us that this is the only first filter. Now the second half of the verse, quote starts, even amongst those who have attained the perfection, hardly a soul understand me in essence. Quote close. For a CEO, what is this essence? If perfection is how, essence is the why, and if perfection is the form, essence is the force. Think of the difference between CEO who builds a successful phone company and someone like Steve Jobs. Thousands could be built a functional smartphones, etc. That is perfection. But Jobs understood the essence of human connection and beauty, and that is the essence. In Sanskrit, this is known as tattva. Now let's discuss about how to understand the essence. Seeing the invisible is the first aspect of understanding. Knowing the pulse of your culture when you aren't in the room. That is such a key here. Knowing the pulse of your culture when you're not even watching, right? Number two is predicting the shift. Understanding the fundamental laws of human desire before the data shows them. Third is detached action. Leading with a sense of purpose that isn't tied to the ego of the result. Right? Most leaders miss this because they are too busy looking at the success. They are blinded by their own brilliance. Why is it that hardly one understands the essence? Because understanding the essence requires unlearning. To reach the perfection, you need a strong ego. You need to believe you are the smartest person in the room. But to understand the essence, you must surrender the ego. You have to admit that the business doesn't move because of you, but through you. In the Gita, Bhagwan Krishna is the source of all the things. In business, the essence is the fundamental truth of your industry and your impact on humanity. When a CEO understands the essence, they stop reacting to competitors, they start responding to the truth. They move from managing people to moving souls. So ask yourself today, where are you on this path? Are you the one of the thousands who hasn't yet started the journey towards perfection? Or are you among the successful few who have built a perfect machine but feels like something is still missing? The Gita doesn't tell us this is, to discourage us. It tells us this to show how much more is possible. The greatest leader in history, the one who we talked for centuries, were the ones who moved past the how and touched the essence. They didn't just build the companies; they understood the fundamental laws of universe and applied them to their work. Your challenge this week, therefore, is look past your spreadsheet, look past your KPI, ask yourself, what is the essence of what we are doing here? Because perfection is the destination, but essence is the beginning. So friends, thanks for watching, and if you're already moved from perfection to essence, subscribe for more leadership insight from world greatest wisdom traditions, which is mentioned in Bhagavad Gita. And if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I wind up, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello दोस्तों, नमस्कार. Have you ever wondered why most strategy fail? And what is the CEO's secret to lasting business success? In the world of constant disruption, quarterly shifts, and the fleeting trends, how do you build a business that actually lasts? Therefore, in this video, we try and decode one of the most profound lessons from Bhagavad Gita and apply it to modern executive leadership. The verse is verse 16 mentioned in chapter 2. For the modern CEO, this isn't just a philosophy, it is a high level strategic framework for resilience and decision making. Let's go. Welcome back, friends. If you are a business leader or an entrepreneur, you know the feeling. You are looking at the screen filled with red and green numbers, tracking the latest tech disruption, or worrying about the pivot in the global supply chain. We are taught that the change is the only constant. We build our career on being adaptable, on being agile, on being predicting the next big thing. But today, I want to challenge that. I want to invite you to look at your business and your life through a lens that is thousands of years old. We are looking at the single verse from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 16. It's a verse about finding the indestructible in a world that feels incredibly temporary. It's about how a CEO, if you only focus on changing surface of the business, you will burn out. But if you tap into what never changes, you become an unstoppable, centered leader. And the verse quote, and the quote starts, that which is temporary is not the ultimate reality, because the ultimate reality is unchangeable and indestructible. This is the conclusion derived by the wise who have pondered on the subject at length. And the quote close. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's proceed. Let us break down the boardroom. The temporary is your revenue targets, your current product cycle, your marketing trends, and your stock price. These things change. They are, by definition, the temporary realities, and therefore they are volatile. The ultimate reality is which is unchangeable and indestructible, is the core purpose, the foundational value, and the human essence behind your business. Think about it. Has the fundamental human desire for trust, quality, or genuine connections ever changed? No. Technology changes and also how we deliver that value, but the hunger for that value is constant. The wise, as the text says, know that you must build your strategy on the permanent while managing the temporary. So why do most business fails? Not because their tech wasn't good, but because they lost the sight of their ultimate reality. We live in a cycle of constant reactivity. A competitor launches a new feature, so we pivot. The market dips, so we slash our culture and also budget. We treat our company like it's only the temporary numbers. When you do that, you lose your center. You become a leaf in the wind.
Verse 16 is a wake up call. It tells us that if you are only chasing the temporary, you are chasing an illusion. You are building on sand. A CEO who identifies entirely with the temporary success of a quarter will experience fear when that success fades away. Definitely, But a CEO who operates from the unchangeable, their vision, their ethics, their commitment to service, that CEO lead with calm, indestructible authority. So, how do we apply this tomorrow morning to our work, to our daily life? First, conduct a reality audit. Take your current projects and ask, is this a temporary tactical move or is this rooted in our indestructible core? If it is temporary tactic like a pricing shift, that's fine. Manage it, but don't worship it. Don't let your self worth or your company identity be defined by it. Second, focus on the indestructible. What is that one thing about your company, if you were to remove it, would make your company cease to exist, to be itself? For many, it's a core belief in innovation or deep customer empathy. There is, the ultimate reality. When the market are chaotic, double down on that core. And that is what provides stability for your team, your investors, and also yourself. As a leader, your job isn't just to predict the future. Your job is to anchor your team in the present. When you show up with the understanding that while external circumstances are constantly shifting, your integrity and purpose are unchangeable. Your team gains confidence. They stop fearing the disruption because they see you as a leader standing in the ultimate reality. You become the eye of the storm. So, if I leave you with this reflection, what in your business is temporary? Please find out. And are you mistaking it for your ultimate reality? Also, you need to work on this, right? So, this is a task for today. Pause, ponder, and realize that most successful, long lasting businesses are those that mastered the art of holding the temporary with a loose grip while anchoring themselves firmly in the indestructible. So, friends, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for joining in. Take this lesson, lead with clarity, and build something that truly endures. See you in the next one.
In the vast heritage of Indian science, where sages mapped the stars and healers preserved life, Shalihotra stands as world's first veterinary doctor. His Shalihotra Samhita, composed over 2 millennia ago, transformed the care of horses from battlefield necessity into a discipline of compassion and precision. In 2026, his vision feels strikingly modern, reminding us that the true science serve not only the progress but empathy for all living beings. So let us find out more about Shalihotra, the veterinary doctor. In the annals of ancient Indian science, where the sages mapped the stars and physician healed the body, one figure stands out for turning his gaze towards the animal kingdom. Shalihotra, often hailed as the father of veterinary science, lived around 3rd century BC and composed Shalihotra Samhita, a monumental text devoted to the care and treatment and the anatomy of horses. At times when horses were the lifeblood of armies, agriculture, and trade, his work was not merely technical, it was civilizational. As Shalihotra Samhita contained over 12,000 verses detailing diseases, surgical procedures, and preventive care for horses. It described dental structure, hoof condition, and even the psychology of these animals. Shalihotra's approach was holistic. He saw the horses not as a machine of war, but as a living being whose health was intertwined with human destiny. His text became a cornerstone for veterinary knowledge across Asia, influencing later traditions in Persia, Arabia, and beyond. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So, taking this subject forward, in 2026, Shalihotra's legacy feels strikingly relevant. In an age where veterinary science has expanded to genetics, biotechnology, animal welfare, and his emphasis on compassion and systematic observation resonate deeply. Modern veterinary doctors now grapple with zoonotic diseases, climate driven epidemics, and ethical debates around factory farming. Shalihotra's insistence on preventive care and respect for animal offers a timeless reminder. Science must serve both utility and empathy. The echoes of his work can be seen in today's One Health movement, which recognizes the interconnectedness of human, animal, and environmental health. Just as Shalihotra understood that the well-being of horses shape the well-being of society, modern scientists acknowledge that pandemic, food security, and ecological balance depends on how we treat animals, how we behave with the animals. His vision, born in ancient India, aligned seamlessly with the global challenges of 2026. Moreover, Shalihotra's contribution highlights that India's role in pioneering scientific thought long before the modern institution. In the classroom and galleries today, his name stands along the side of Sushruta, who is the father of surgery, and Charak, and of course the Aryabhat, as a proof that science in India was never confined to human medicines or mathematics. It embraced the full spectrum of life. His work reminds us that innovation is not only about discovering new technologies, but also about nurturing the bond between species. Shalihotra's story is not just about horses. It is about humanity's evolving relationship with living world. His verses whisper across the centuries that knowledge without compassion is incomplete. And the caring of animal is caring of ourselves. So, as the veterinary science in 2026 explores that gene editing, AI-driven diagnostics, and sustainable livestock practices, Shalihotra's spirit lingers, urging the balance between the progress and the ethics. Shalihotra's legacy definitely whisper across the century, and the health of animal is inseparable from the destiny of humankind. As veterinary science embrace AIs and genetic therapies and One Health initiative in 2026, his timeless wisdom endures, urging balance between innovation and compassion. So now we have come to the end of this subject, this live streaming. Please like and subscribe our channel. We look forward your comments on this topic. We'll meet again. But before we end, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence?
I'd like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends. The big question that we want to tackle today is, can the ancient wisdom make you a better leader in 2026? In this video we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita chapter 6 verse 8 to uncover the secret of equanimity for modern executives, which is very essential. We will discover why the most successful CEOs aren't just masters of the market, they are the master of their own mind. Let us explore this further.
Hello friends, welcome and namaskaram. Is Amazon taking down Nvidia? Well, Amazon just confirmed a massive shift in its hardware strategy, and it is not just for the cloud, it is coming for your living room too. In this video, we break down Amazon's latest move to develop custom in-house silicon for its entire ecosystem. From the flagship Trinium AI chip meant to challenge Nvidia in a third-party data center to breaking news about the custom processor coming to Kindle, Fire TV and Echo devices in 2027. Amazon is betting big on the vertical integration to cutting cost and own its own AI stack. Let's explore this further. For years, Amazon has been the company that sold you everything from books to cloud computing power. But lately, they have been pivoting into role that put them in a direct competition with very giant that used to supply them. We are witnessing a fundamental shift in Amazon's DNA. The retail and the cloud giant is no longer content with being just a customer of a semiconductor industry. They are becoming the architect of their own hardware future. From the chip inside your Echo shows to the massive processor training AI in AWS data centers, Amazon's secret weapon is officially out of the bag. Custom in-house silicon. Today we are breaking down why Amazon is making this massive bet, what it means for your Kindle, Fire TV, and why this strategy could reshape the AI landscape for the next decade. So, friends, if you've reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you're watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let us continue with our discussion and analysis. Let's start with why. Why would a retailer go through the immense billion-dollar trouble of designing their own microchip? The answer is simple: control, cost, and capacity. For years, companies like Amazon, Google, and Microsoft have been at the mercy of chip designers like Nvidia, Qualcomm, and Intel. When you rely on off the shelf hardware, you are playing by their rules, paying their margins, and dealing with their supply chain constraints. But Amazon isn't just a retailer anymore. As they ramped up their AI spending, they have realized that the traditional buy it all approach is becoming a financial bottleneck. By designing their own processor, Amazon can optimize for specific task. They can make their devices much more efficient, faster at handling AI requests, and significantly cheaper to produce at scale. This leads us to the biggest news of the week. reports are surfacing about a major behind the scenes shakeup for Amazon's consumer hardware. According to the industry analyst, Amazon is planning to gradually shift away from third party processors for its consumer gadgets. We are talking about the Kindles, the Fire TV, your doorbell ring, eco smart speakers. The transition is reportedly slated to begin in 2027. And if this sounds like pulling up an Apple, that is because it is. Apple famously designed its own A series and M series chip to create a seamless integration between their software and hardware. Amazon is now attempting the same philosophy. They've already started dipping their toes into this with AZ3 and AZ3 Pro chips, which are unveiled in October to help run AI models directly on your devices rather than sending data back and forth to the cloud. Think about that for a second. If your Alexa device can process your voice command or recognize your home context on the device using custom silicon, it's not only faster, it's much more secure and private. And the scale here is massive. We are talking about potentially 40 million Amazon designed processors shipping annually once this strategy is fully rolled out. To make this happen, Amazon is partnering with AI chip for the back-end design, signaling that they are fully committed to this long-term procurement pivot. Now, while the consumer stuff is exciting, we have to talk about the real money maker, which is the cloud. This is where the Amazon's custom silicon journey truly began. And it's where the war against Nvidia is being fought. Amazon has been quietly building its custom silicon capability since acquiring Annapurna Labs way back in 2015. That investment has matured into Trinium and Infertia chip family. They aren't for your living room. These are the engines that power the intelligence behind the scene of the internet. By running their own chips, AWS can offer their cloud customers better performance per dollar than if they were only renting out NVIDIA GPUs. In fact, the recent report suggests Amazon is even exploring the idea of selling their Trinium chips to outside companies. This is a massive power move. It transforms Amazon from cloud service provider into hardware supplier for other data centers, putting them in direct competition with the giants of the semiconductor world. We are even seeing the global ambition in action. Just this week, Amazon announced a massive 13 billion additional investment into India to expand cloud and AI infrastructure, specifically to give startups and government bodies access to these custom AI chips. They aren't just building chips, they are building the physical infrastructure of the future digital economy across the entire nations. So, what does this actually mean for you and me, the average users? In short term, you might not notice a massive difference. Your next Kindle or your Fire TV isn't going to turn into a supercomputer overnight, but over time, you will likely see smarter, faster, and more private AI features that feel like they just work. And from a business perspective, this is Amazon way of protecting their bottom lines. With the staggering cost of AI development, Amazon needs to streamline its organization and improve the cost structure of its non AI businesses to keep funding the AI revolution. Amazon is effectively building a moat. By controlling the chips, they control the experience and the world of AI where the speed and efficiencies are everything. That is the ultimate secret weapon. So, friends, what do you think? Is Amazon pivot to in-house silicon is a brilliant move to challenge the giant, or they are spreading themselves too thin? Drop a comment below and let's get into the debate. And if you enjoyed this deep dive into the Silicon Wars, don't forget to like and subscribe for more tech analysis. Friends, thanks for watching, and I will see you again in the next one.
In an era where the artificial intelligence debates blur the line between mind and machine, the voice of an ancient sage still echoes with a startling clarity. I'm talking about Rishi Kapil, the father of Sankhya philosophy, who once declared that existence is woven from two eternal threads. One is Purush, that means pure consciousness, and another is Prakriti, that means nature. 25 centuries later, his vision feels uncannily modern. So let's find out more about this philosophy.
Hello friends, how are you doing? We have a very profound question today that we want to address in this video. That is, can ancient wisdom solve the modern corporate burnout problem? In this video, we dive deep into the timeless wisdom of Bhagavad Gita to extract the powerful leadership lesson for today's CEOs and entrepreneurs. If you have ever felt overwhelmed by the darkness of the market volatility, ethical dilemmas, or the sheer weight of responsibility on your shoulder, this verse offers a blueprint for clarity and resilience. Let's go. The boardroom is often portrayed as the place of power and light, but every CEO knows the truth. There is a specific kind of darkness that lives over there. It isn't the absence of light, it is the presence of ambiguity. It is a fog of volatile market, the shadow of ethical compromise, and the blind spots that lead to companies' downfall. And we call it the corporate darkness. For thousands of years, leaders have looked for a torch to cut through this fog. Today, we find that the torch isn't, present in an unlikely place. It's 7,000-year-old Sanskrit verse mentioned in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 8, verse 9. On the surface, it describes the divine, but for a leader, it describes the ultimate executive mindset. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you're watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed further. Let's look at the verse itself. The verse says, and the quote starts, the omniscient, the oldest, the controller, smaller than an atom, the sustainer of everything, the inconceivable, and as effulgent as the sun, driving away all darkness. And quote close. To a CEO, these aren't just theological adjectives. They are the 7 pillars of visionary leadership. Let's break down one by one. The verse called the divine, smaller than an atom, and simultaneously the sustainer of everything. In business, we call this macro-micro paradox. But the CEO fails because they lean too far one way. They are either big picture dreamer who miss the accounting fraud happening under their nose, or they are the micromanagers who stifle innovation because they can't see the horizon. Bhagavad Gita tells us that the true mastery is being able to see the atom, the tiny data point, the single customer complaint, the line of code, while simultaneously sustaining the entire ecosystem of the brand. Driving out darkness starts with total visibility. You cannot lead what you cannot see, whether it is as small as an atom or as large as a global supply chain. The verse use a term which is inconceivable. In the C-suite, we often rely on predictive analytics. We want everything to be conceivable, measurable, and also certain. But the darkness of the market often comes from the black swan event, the things we don't see coming, right? Learning from Bhagavad Gita means accepting the inconceivable. A great CEO doesn't just plan for what they know. They build a culture resilient enough to handle what they don't know. This is the difference between a rigid company and an anti-fragile one. When you stop fearing the inconceivable, you take away its power to paralyze you. Finally, we reach the climax of the verse, a personality as effulgent as the sun, driving away the darkness. What is the darkness in a company? It is the fear, where employees are too scared to tell the truth. It is where the departments hide information from each other. It is the ego where leaders need to be, right, outweighed the need to be successful. The affluent CEO is one who brings radical transparency. Just as the sun doesn't fight the dark, it simply arrives and the dark ceases to be. Dark just goes away. A leader who leads with the Gita's principles of light doesn't have to fix every problem manually. Their presence, their ethics, and their clarity create an environment where dark behavior simply cannot survive. When you are affluent, you provide the why for your company, and as a leader once said, who has who he who has why to live can bear almost anyhow. So how do we apply chapter 8 verse 9 starting tomorrow morning? Practice omniscience. Don't just look at the reports, seek to understand the soul of your product. Be a sustainer. Remember that your role is to support your team, not just to support by themselves. Drive out shadows. If there is a part of your business you are avoiding looking at, and that is where the darkness is, shine your light there first. Leadership is not about just quarterly results. It's about being the oldest, the most grounded, the effulgent, and also most inspiring. Bhagavad Gita isn't just a book of philosophy, it's a manual for the highest form of management. Go forth, lead like sun, and drive out the darkness. Friends, thanks for listening. If you have any questions, any suggestion, any opinion, please do not hesitate to send it across in the comment section below. Before I part ways, I will have to speak few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। नमस्कारम। तो आज है शुक्रवार और आज 3 जुलाई का दिन है। आज का दिन तो लक्ष्मी जी के लिए समर्पित है, तो आज का हम अपना दिन लक्ष्मी जी की पूजा करके आरंभ करेंगे और हर रोज की तरह एक छोटा सा मंत्र का उच्चारण करेंगे। तो आप सब जानते हैं कि हम हर रोज अपनी पूजा, अपना दिन स्टार्ट करते हैं एक पूजा के साथ, और हर दिन जो है हमारे हिंदुइज्म में अलग अलग भगवानों को समर्पित है, तो हम हर भगवान की पूजा कर लेते हैं। तो आज हम लक्ष्मी जी की पूजा करेंगे और एक छोटा सा मंत्र है। हर रोज की तरह मैं इस काउंटर का यूज करूंगा। आप जैसे चाहें वैसा आप माला का इस्तेमाल करना चाहें या अपने मन में ही गिनना चाहें, ध्यान रहे कि 11 दफा हमें ये करना है। ठीक है, हाथ जोड़ लीजिए, नमन कर लीजिए, लक्ष्मी जी का ध्यान कर लीजिए और हम
अपनी पूजा आरंभ करते हैं। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धे लक्ष्मी नमः। 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 ओम ह्रीं श्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धे लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धे लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धे लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धे लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धे लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धे लक्ष्मी नमः। तो हमने इस मंत्र का उच्चारण 11 दफा किया। रिसाइटेशन लक्ष्मी जी के लिए समर्पित है। आप हर रोज इसका जाप करें, स्पेशली फ्राइडे को, तो आपको काफी आपको लाभ होगा। तो दोस्तों, हम इस मनोकामना के साथ ये वीडियो बंद करते हैं कि आपका दिन शुभ हो और हमारा भी अच्छी तरह बीते। चलिए, अब हम आपसे विदा लेते हैं और अगले वीडियो में मिलते हैं जल्द ही। नमस्कार। Hello friends. By now we know that the 21-hour marathon peace talk between US and Iran have officially collapsed. What does this mean for the global stability and your wallet as well as mine? Therefore, in this video we break down the dramatic failure of the Islamabad Peace Summit, where Vice President J.D. Vance and the Iranian negotiators failed to reach a ceasefire after nearly 21 hours of high-stake diplomacy following the expiration of the temporary 2-week ceasefire. The Middle East is now bracing for the return to active hostility and a massive economic ripple effect. Let us discuss this further. It's being called the most consequential 21 hours in the modern diplomacy. In a high-stake hotel room in Islamabad, Pakistan, the world held its breath as the Vice President J.D. Vance and the Iranian negotiators sat face to face for the first time in decades. What was the goal? The goal was very set: to stop a war that has already crippled global trade and brought the Middle East to its knees. But as of this morning, which is April 13, 2026, the silence from the Serena Hotel was broken by a single devastating sentence from the US delegation: no deal has been reached. The temporary 2 weeks ceasefire has now also expired. The peace deal has collapsed, and as the diplomats head back to the airport, the markets are already reacting. Oil is spiking, gold is hitting record high, and the drums of war are beating louder than ever. Today we dive deep into understanding what exactly is going on, and why the Islamabad Peace Summit failed, and what this means for the global economy as we brace for the fallout. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and I will also know who's watching which segment, etc. Now let's proceed further. To understand why this failed, we have to look at the clock. The talks began with a glimmer of hope. President Trump had sent high-powered team headed by Vice President J.D. Vance, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner. They were meeting an Iranian delegation led by Mohammad Bagher Kalibaf. For 15 hours, the talk were described as expert-level discussions. They were exchanging text, debating the finer points of a 15-point proposal. But by hour 20, the atmosphere completely shifted. US presented, what they called their best and final offer. The core of the American demand was simple: Iran must provide an affirmative commitment to stop all nuclear enrichment and immediately, unconditionally reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The Iran response, they called the demand excessive. Tehran counter-offered with their own 10-point plan, demanding the immediate withdrawal of all US forces from the Middle East and lifting of all sanctions before a single ship moved through the Strait of Hormuz. By 4 a.m. local time, the deadlock was absolute. JD Vance walked out, stating that if the Iranians weren't willing to negotiate in good faith, the US was not, receptive to further stalling. The open hand of diplomacy has been replaced by a closed fist. This isn't just a political failure, it's an economic catastrophe. Why does a meeting in Pakistan matter to someone in New York, London, or Tokyo? There is only one answer, and that is Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is the world's most important oil artery. Currently, it is under an effective stranglehold. During the ceasefire, there was a hope that the blockade could be lifted. Instead, no deal news has sent oil prices into a vertical climb. Analysts at Goldman Sachs and S&P Global are warning that if the hostility resumes, we are looking at a price of $150 per barrel, and this is going to become a reality. But it is not just oil. Let's look at gold. We have seen gold surge over $100 an ounce in mere minutes, hitting record height as investors flee to safer havens. The Gulf economies, nations like Qatar and Kuwait, which rely entirely on the strait, are looking at potential recession of up to 5% this year. Supply chain. Let's look at how this will impact supply chain. From semiconductor to food imports, the Middle East, stress test is basically completely failing, and it is going to basically create a major problem for the world. Iran has already struck Amazon data centers in Bahrain and UAE earlier this year. With the peace deal dead, tech giants like Microsoft and Google are reportedly considering their entire presence in the region. We are witnessing the de-globalization of the Middle East in real time. So what happens tomorrow? What happens today? 2-week ceasefire is officially over. President Trump has already stated that he is ready to open the strait with or without Iran's cooperation. On the ground that the situation is volatile, Israel has agreed to talks with Lebanon but refused to speak with Hezbollah. In Iran, hardliners are already claiming victory, saying they forced the US to the table and gave up nothing. Well, military buildup is staggering. The US has erected missiles launchers at Qatari airbase, and second aircraft carrier is moving into Gulf. On the other side, Iran has deployed advanced Chinese anti-stealth radar system. The Epic Fury war, as some are calling it, as no longer a threat, it's a renewed reality. If a single spark hit a tanker in the next 48 hours, the limited conflict could transform into a regional issue that involves every major power on earth. Diplomacy is a game of red lines, and in Islamabad, both sides finally hit them. The US won't accept a nuclear Iran. Iran won't accept a US policed region. We are entering a period of extreme uncertainty. The failed peace deal of 2026 will likely be remembered as a moment the world realized that the old rules of Middle Eastern diplomacy are officially broken. For now, keep an eye on the oil stickers and the troop movement in Pakistan and also in Oman. The next move won't be made by a diplomat in a suit. It will be made by commanders in cockpit. So friends, what do you think? Was the US too rigid in their demands, or is Iran simply playing for the time while the world's economy burns? Let me know in the comments below. This is a developing story, and we will be here to bring you the update as that happens. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon. In a world that's this volatile, staying informed is our only hedge. I'm CK, and I will see you in the next one. Before we go to the next section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the age of antibiotic resistance, where the once curable infection now defies machine's best weapon, a new hero emerges, not from the pharmacy, but from the world of nanotechnology. Imagine a sheet so thin it's only 1 atom thick, yet sharper than any blade nature has ever forged. This is a graphene oxide, a carbon lattice that slices through the deadly bacteria while leaving human cells untouched. It does not just fight superbug, it rewrites the rule of survival, turning physics into medicine and proving that sometimes the smallest structure can wage the bigger wars. So in the relentless battle between medicine and microbes, humanity faces formidable foe. Antibiotic resistance bacteria, often called as superbug, and these pathogens actually hardened by decades of overuse and misuse of antibiotics now evade the treatment that once subdued them with ease. So hospitals worldwide reports infection that no longer respond to conventional drug, raises the specter of post-antibiotic era where minor wound or a routine surgery could again become deadly. So against this backdrop, scientists have turned to an unlikely ally, and which is graphene oxide, a material born out not out in biology but in the lab of nanotechnology. So graphene is a single layer of carbon atom arranged in a honeycomb lattice and has been hailed as a wonder material for its strength, conductivity, versatility, and there are other aspect which is definitely associated with that. When oxided and its gain chemical group that makes its biological active. So researchers discovered that graphene oxide sheet interacts with the bacterial membranes in a way that is both subtle and devastating. So while microscopic blade they pierce and disrupts the lipid wall of harmful bacteria, causing them to leak or die, yet remarkably human cell remains unharmed. And the selectivity lies in the differences between bacterial and mammalian membranes, and this is very architectural of life, and that becomes the shield that protects us. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. So this will remind us and determine the reach of our channel. So this discovery is more than a lab curiosity. So it represents a paradigm shift in antimicrobial strategy. So unlike antibiotic, which targets specific biochemical pathway and can be actually outmaneuvered by mutations, graphene oxide attacks the physical integrity of bacteria. So resistance is in this way is far harder to evolve. A bacterium cannot easily re-engineer its membranes to withstand the sharp edges of graphene sheet without compromising its own survival. So thus graphene oxide offers a weapon that sidesteps the evolutionary arm race that has actually plugged into antibiotic development. So the implication ripples outward. Imagine hospital surfaces coated with graphene oxide film, silently neutralizing a pathogen before they spread. So picture would be like dressing infused with graphene oxide, protecting patients from infection without the need for systematic drug. So considering all this, consider the water purification system where graphene oxide eliminates the harmful microbes while leaving beneficial one untouched. So each application transform the material from a marvel of physics into a guardian of health. So yet, as with all scientific breakthroughs, the caution temper is excitement, and the researchers must ensure that the long-term exposure to graphene oxide does not produce unforeseen effect in human tissues or ecosystem. So balance between efficiency and safety must be carefully measured. Moreover, the scaling production of graphene oxide to industrial level poses challenges in cost and sustainability. Promise is immense, but realization also requires meticulous engineering and ethical foresight. So philosophically, the rise of graphene oxide as a microbial slayer underscores a deeper truth. Solution of biological crisis may emerge from realm far beyond biology. A material once prized for electronics now stands at the frontier of medicine. So this coverage of disciplines, physics like chemistry and microbiology illustrates the interconnectedness of human knowledge. So in the lattice of carbon atoms, we glimpse not just strength and conductivity, but a new chapter in the story of survival. As superbug continues to threaten the modern medicine, graphene oxide offers hope that the tide can be turned. And it is not a kind of which is very powerful, but a powerful addition to our arsenal of medicines, of safeguarding the health. In its sharp edges and selective touches, we find a reminder that the innovation often lies at the boundaries of field waiting to be discovered. The fight against the superbug is far from over, but with graphene oxide, humanity may have found a material ally as a resilient and adaptable as life itself. So, in this war against the antibiotic resistance, graphene oxides stand as a chemical cure, but as also a material revolution. Its atom-thin blade reminds us that the innovation often lies at the crossroad of disciplines, where physics meets medicines and nanotechnology becomes the shield for the life. The challenge ahead is too actually hard but promising. Promise with the responsibility and scaling production, ensuring safety and weaving it into the fabric of healthcare. Definitely it is there, but still require a sharper understanding and experiment. If the success of the graphene oxide may mark the dawn of new era where the superbug lose their grip, the humanity reclaim its edge. So this is for today. We have come to the end of this video. Thanks for watching. We will request you to like and subscribe our channel. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, in this video we will try and unlock the ancient secret to the modern leadership. In today's hyper-connected yet fragmented business world, a CEO's greatest asset isn't just the data, it is the universal awareness. In this video, we explore the profound leadership lesson hidden within Bhagavad Gita and how its wisdom can transform a busy executive into an omnipresent executive. Let's go. In the modern boardroom, we are obsessed with presence. We hire coaches to help us with executive presence, how we stand, how we speak, how we command a room. But there is a level of leadership far beyond, from the mere physical presence, and it is what the ancient wisdom calls omnipresence. Think about the life of a modern CEO. We are pulled into thousand directions. Your supply chain is in Asia, your investors are in London, your tech team is in San Francisco, and your family is at home. You feel fragmented. You feel like you are everywhere, yet nowhere at once. Today we are going to unlock a 7,000-year-old solution to this 21st century fragmentation. We will dive into chapter 8, verse 22 of Bhagavad Gita to discover how the Supreme becomes a blueprint for the ultimate leader. So friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. First, let's look at the verse itself, and the verse starts, "The great personality, the Supreme Lord, is only attained through pure devotion. He is prevailing and everything is situated in Him." Quote close. At first glance, this looks like, this sounds like purely religious, but for a leader, this is the master class in system thinking. Not the three pillars here. What are the three pillars here? The Supreme Personality, the ultimate standard of excellence, which is one of the pillar. Next pillar is the pure devotion, which is a single pointed, unadulterated focus. And the third is all prevailing nature, the ability to be thread that holds the entire fabric together. The verse says the Supreme is attained through pure devotion. In the corporate world, we call this singularity of purpose. In Sanskrit term, Ananya Bhakti. Ananya means no other. It describes a state where there is no plan B for your values. For a CEO, this means your devotion to the company's mission isn't just the slide in a deck. It is your entire operating system. When leaders has pure devotion to a vision, they stop micromanaging. Why? Because their intent is so clear and so powerful that it permeates every level of the organization. If you are struggling with a team that doesn't get it, ask yourself, is your own devotion to the vision, which is the Ananya, undivided? Or is it diluted by ego, short term stock gains, or the personal distractions? The second half of the verse tells us that the Supreme is all prevailing. As a CEO, you cannot be in every meeting, you cannot see every line of the code, yet an omnipresent executive is felt in every room they aren't in at that point in time. This is the all prevailing leadership style. It's about building a culture that is so strong, so situated in your core principles that the company moves as one body. In the verse it says everything is situated in him. Think of your company as a solar system. You aren't the person pushing the planets. You are the gravity. Gravity is invisible, but it's all prevailing. It keeps the smallest moon and the largest planet in their proper orbit. And that's what the universal awareness looks like in management. The verse conclude by saying everything is situated in him. For a leader, this is the lesson in psychological safety and belonging. When your employees feel situated in your vision, they aren't just workers, they are part of whole ecosystem. The universal awareness means you are recognize that the janitor, the junior developer, and the CFO all are situated within the same corporate destiny. When you lead with this awareness, you stop seeing people as resources and start seeing them as vital components of a living system. When the supreme leader realizes that they contain the whole, they stop leading through fear and start leading through integration. So friends, how do you become the omnipresent executive? There are a few things that you need to do. It starts with first part of the verse, which is devotion. Today, identify the one core truth of your leadership. Strip away the distractions, because so devoted that truth that it becomes all prevailing in your office. You don't need to be everywhere at once to be a great leader. You just need to be so grounded in your purpose that your presence is felt in every corner of your empire. Everything is situated in this vision that you have created. Make it a supreme one. So friends, what do you think about this? Thanks for joining live. Thanks for listening. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across, or even your opinions. Before I part ways with you today, I would like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
The vast expanse of India's mythological and spiritual heritage, Jamadagni emerges as a figure who embodies both wisdom and strength. A sage of Bhrigu lineage and one of the revered Saptarishi, he was not confined to meditation alone. His life was a rare fusion of scholarship and martial mastery. Jamadagni's household was a sanctuary of Vedic learning where the sacred hymns were preserved, transmitted, yet it was also a place where the science of weaponry, the art of warfare were refined into discipline of dharma, that is righteousness. His bow, Saranga, and his knowledge of Dhanur Veda symbolize the union of intellect and arm, teaching the weapon are not instrument of conquest but the guardian of righteousness. Jamadagni's life was not merely about personal achievement, it was about shaping the legacy that would endure through his son Parshuram, the warrior sage who carried forward his father's vision of dharma defended by strength. Thus, Jamadagni stands at the crossroad of meditation and battlefield, of the scholarship and strategy, reminding us that the true greatness lies in the harmonizing wisdom with power. In the tapestry of ancient Indian tradition, Jamadagni stands as a figure of profound duality. At once a sage immersed in spiritual wisdom, and the other part he is the master of martial science. His life reflects the delicate balance between pursuit of knowledge and the necessity of defense, between the serenity of meditation and the discipline of warfare. Jamadagni's contribution to the science of weaponry and the art of warfare are legendary. As a descendant of great sage Bhrigu, he inherited not only the spiritual insight but also a deep understanding of martial techniques. Ancient texts describe him as a custodian of Dhanur Veda, a branch of knowledge that encompass the use of bow, arrow, and divine weapons. His bow, Saranga, became the symbol of his mastery, later passed on to his son Parshuram, who wielded it into a campaign against the Kshatriyas. Jamadagni's teaching emphasized discipline, precision, and the ethical use of force that is also applies on warfare. It was not just for the conquest, but for the protection of dharma, which is righteousness. In this way, he elevated martial science into a sacred art and inseparable from moral responsibility. The bow of dharma can be seen in the modern cybersecurity and AI governance. Our digital weapon, algorithms, data, and code must be aimed at protecting truth, justice, and not the exploitation. The legacy reminds us that the technology is powerful only when aligned with the ethical purpose. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, yet the Jamadagni was not merely a warrior sage. His spiritual and scholarly contribution are equally profound. As one of the world's revered Saptarishi, he played a vital role in preserving and transmitting the Vedic knowledge. His devotion to meditation, or spirituality made him a beacon of righteousness. His household became the center of learning. Legend recounts his ability to command nature itself, receiving boons from Surya, the sun god, and harnessing the divine cow, Kamadhenu, which symbolize abundance and substance. These stories reflect his stature as a sage who could bridge the material and the spiritual, guided by, and definitely that will help in guiding humanity towards balance. This was very important in the context of making the balance. If we think deeper and find out in 2026, that is actually more relevant. This continuity reflects how knowledge passes from one generation to the next, and today's AI pioneering inherit both innovation and responsibility. The art of war in 2026 is not just about weapon, but about navigating global conflict in cyber space, in trade wars, and AI ethics. Jamaat Agni's story reminds us that every new generation must weld its tool with wisdom. The tragedy of Jamadagni's death, slain by the men of King Kartivirya Arjun for refusing to surrender Kamdhenu, underscores the eternal tension between the spiritual authority and the worldly power. His martyrdom ignited Pashuram's vow to rid the earth of oppressive rulers, ensuring that Jamadagni's legacy lived on not only in a scholarship but also in action. Through his son, his teaching on weaponry dharma were carried forward, shaping one of the most dramatic cycles in Hindu mythology. So Jamaat Agni's life thus embodies a rare synthesis, the science of warfare tempered by spiritual wisdom. He demonstrated that true mastery of arms must be guided by restraint, ethics, and devotion to higher principle. His scholarly contribution ensured the continuity of Vedic tradition, while his martial legacy empowered future generation to defend righteousness. And him, the sage and the warrior, were not opposite, but actually it is kind of a two face of one life dedicated to preservation of dharma, that is righteousness. Now, if we see in the context of 2026, this mirrors actually how nations and corporations debate the ethical use of AI autonomous weapon. Just as Jamadagnis insisted on restraining, today's leaders grappled with ensuring AI-driven defense system remain accountable to human values. So Jamadagni's life is a reminder that the pursuit of wisdom and the mastery of strength are not opposite paths, but a complementary one. As sage, he safeguarded the Vedic tradition, nurtured the scholarship and the spiritual discipline. As a master of weaponry, he elevated warfare into a sacred science, teaching that arms must serve the righteousness rather than ambition. His martyrdom at the hand of worldly power underscores the kind of softness of spiritual authority. Yet, through Parshuram, his legacy endured and ensured that righteousness would always find a defender. So in Jamadagnis, we see the rare union of scholar, warrior, and meditation, and of course the meditation and the battlefield. His contribution continues to inspire, remind us that the true greatness lies not in domination, but in harmonizing knowledge with the responsibility and strength with virtue. So Jamadagni's contribution lies in his rare synthesis, and also it also reminds us, his story continues to inspire us, remind us that wisdom, strength must walk hand in hand. So please send your comments and subscribe our channel for more insight into Indian mythology and spirituality. See you in the next one. But before we close this live stream, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
The idea of robots living alongside us has been belonged to the realm of science fiction. Yet today it is edging into the reality. With the debut of AI-powered robot designed specially for home use, the boundary between futuristic imagination and everyday life is dissolving. These machines are no longer confined to factory floors or research labs. They are stepping into kitchen, living room, bedroom, promising to transform the domestic routine. The debut of AI robots for domestic use is not just a technological milestone, it is a cultural one also. It sparks curiosity, inspires hope, ignites debate. So, are we welcoming helpful assistants into our lives or surveillance device disguised as a companion? The answer may shape not only the future of our household but also the broader relationship between human and intelligent machine. Artificial intelligence has begun to step out of the research lab and corporate offices into the most intimate of the space, our home. So debut of AI powered domestic robots marks a turning point in consumer technology, one that blends convenience with controversy. So these machines are designed to handle everyday tasks, tidying rooms, monitoring energy use, assisting with the cooking, or even offering companionship. And this appeal lies in the promise of freeing up time, reducing household stress, and creating a seamless, smart living environment. For many consumers, the idea of robot that can anticipate the need and act autonomously and feel like natural is the next step after smart speakers and connected appliances. Yet the excitement is tempered by uneasy, and that is privacy debate over flared almost immediately. Unlike a vacuum robot that simply mop your floor plans, and these new AI robots can equipped with advanced sensory cameras, microphones. So they don't just clean, they observe, interpret, and learn. That means that they are constantly collecting data from household routine, personal habits, even private conversations. So for some, this feels like inviting a surveillance device into the living room. The questions become, who owns that data and how securely is it stored? So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, the consumer interest is undeniable. Early demonstrations have drawn crowds, and pre-orders suggest a strong demand. Families imagine robots that can help elderly relatives, parents, and vision assistants with the childcare. And the professionals see value in delegating some routine work. So, but alongside with enthusiasm, the critics warn of the risk of dependency and erosion of boundaries. So, if a robot can recognize emotions, respond to the stress, and adapt to the personal preferences, does it cross into the territories of replacing human interaction? So, and if the companies monetize the insight gathered from these robots, does the home cease to be a private sanctuary? So, this tension between innovation and intrusion defines the current debate. On one hand, AI robot for home use could actually revolutionize the domestic life. It can provide easiness in the domestic life, making home safer, more efficient, and more responsive. On the other hand, they raise profound ethical questions about autonomy, consent, and surveillance. The debut of these robots is not just a technological milestone, it is a cultural one too. It actually forces society to grapple with what we value more: convenience or privacy, automation or intimacy. For now, the spotlight remains on consumer curiosity. The allure of futuristic living is strong, and many are eager to experiment. But as adoption spread, the conversation will inevitably shift from novelty to accountability. The home, once the most private space, is becoming the next frontier for AI, and how we navigate this frontier will shape not only our domestic life but also our broader relationship with technology. The arrival of AI robots in our home is more than a technical upgrade. It is definitely, as we are discussing, cultural shift. These machines promise efficiency, they also promise safety, and even the companionship, yet they are that is a challenge of our notion of privacy, intimacy within the household. So, as consumer embrace this, and society must also confront the deeper questions: how much of our personal lives are we willing to share with the machines, and who ultimately control that information? So that is that whether they become a trusted helper or controversial intruders will depend only on the technological itself, but also value we choose to uphold as we invite artificial intelligence into our most private corners of our lives. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we close this live streaming, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
The resume is fading and the algorithm are rising. Welcome to the new age of hiring. For a generation, the resume has been the passport to opportunity, a single sheet of paper meant to capture the essence of person's career, ambition, and potential. Recruiters relied on it as their compass, scanning from keywords, actually judging the experience and making the judgment further. And that shaped the lives and the companies alike. But in today's corporate world, the compass is being recalibrated. Artificial intelligence has entered the hiring arena, shifting the focus from polished resume to predictive algorithm. What once depended on the human intuition is now increasingly governed by machine logic. And the ripple effect are transforming not only how companies recruit, but also how candidates present themselves. For decades, the hiring process has revolved around the resume, carefully crafted document meant to summarize a candidate's skill, experience, and aspirations. Recruiters would shift through the stacks of resumes, searching for the right fit and often relying on the intuition and human judgment. But today, the familiar ritual is being disrupted. Algorithms are shaping in and reshaping corporate hiring strategies and slowing down the traditional recruitment as we know it. Artificial intelligence is no longer confined to futuristic speculation. It is embedded in the very fabric of talent acquisition. So companies are deploying AI-driven platform that scan thousands of applications in a second, identifying patterns invisible to human eye. And instead of recruiters spending hours and judging the resumes and finding out the right candidate, machine learning models evaluated it very fast and very the behavioral clue and the skill is being judged by the machine. Competencies are judged by the machines, and the result is hiring process is more faster, more data driven, and at least in theory more objective. Yet this shift is not without tension. Traditional recruitments relied heavily on human interaction. The handshake at the interview, the nuances, reading of a candidate's personality, the gut feeling that someone might be a cultural fit. AI challenges this by reducing the process in qualifying metrics. So algorithm can rank candidate by predictive job preferences, but they cannot replicate the warmth of human connection. And this raises a profound question. Are we hiring people or are we hiring data points? So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So now going forward, when we are talking about resume and the algorithm shift in the job market, the corporates are embracing the AI because it promises efficiency. In industries where the talent demand is high, AI tool can cut hiring timelines dramatically, and they can also help reduce bias, at least when designed carefully by focusing on the skill rather than demographic markers. For example, AI can highlight the candidate from unconventional background who might otherwise be overlooked. So paradoxically, if the algorithm are actually trained on biased historical data, they risk perpetuating the very inequalities they are meant to solve. So the slowing of traditional recruitment is evident in diminishing role of resume themselves. So increasingly, the companies are actually finding this easy, and the companies are also asking candidates to demonstrate the skill through online assessment, coding challenges, and or sometimes gamified test. An AI system then evaluate these results often before a human recruiter even see the candidate's name. So the resume, once the centerpiece of hiring, is becoming a supportive document at the best. And this transformation also changes the role of recruiters. Instead of manually screening resume, recruiters are becoming interpreters of AI insight. So this is how the job market is evolving. Their job is shifting towards relationship building, employers branding, and ensuring that the human element is not lost in the set of algorithm. In this sense, AI is not eliminating recruiters, it is redefining their responsibilities. For job seekers, the implications are profound, very high. So, and I think you're also aware of this change in the market. So, when we talk about the candidates and the getting hired by big companies, by corporate, so there's the role of crafting a resume with a clever wording may no longer be enough. Candidate must learn to speak algorithm and tailoring their application to highlight measurable skills, and also the AI system which actually AI system recognize. At the same time, they must prepare for the recruitment journey that feels less personal, more automated, and sometimes opaque. Transparency is how these algorithms work and will be crucial to the meaning of trust for hiring also. Ultimately, the rise of AI is hiring kind of a balance, a story of a balance, The efficiency and the scales are undeniable, definitely an advantage, but they must be they also weigh against the fairness sometimes, and maybe you can say more on empathy, or sometimes you may feel that they are less empathic. So the human judgment is not there that much, which was there earlier. The future of recruitment will likely to be hybrid. Algorithm handling the heavy lifting of the data analysis, and while the human provide the nuances, the context, and the compassion that machine cannot replicate. So when we say that algorithm over resume, we are not just describing a technological shift. We are witnessing a cultural transformation, and that is also at the same time how company define talent, how individual present themselves, and how society negotiate the line between human intuitions and machine precision. So the resume may not disappear entirely, but its reign as the king of hiring is definitely ending. In its place, the new era of emerging, one where the algorithm and the human must learn to collaborate in the delicate art of choosing what we get in the job, So in the end, the rise of AI in recruitment is not simply a technical actually shift or a technical upgrade. It is a cultural turning point. The resume, once the centerpiece of professional identity, is being overshadowed by algorithms that promise speed, scale, and sharper insight. Yet the human element remain irreplaceable. The company will need a strike, definitely a delicate balance, letting machine handle the data while the people preserve the empathy, the intuition, and nuances that define meaningful work in relationship. So as we move forward, the question is not whether algorithm will replace the resume, but how human and machine will collaborate to redefine the hiring means. So the future of recruitment will be less about polished documents and more about demonstrated skills, adaptability, and authenticity. And in that the future success will belong to the organization that embrace the technology without losing sight of humanity. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we'll see you in next one. And before we close this video, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the dawn of Vedic age, when human curiosity first turned towards the stars and the mystery of fire, one stage stood at the crossroad of spirituality and science. So we are talking about Rishi Angira. He became a pioneer of knowledge system that shaped Indian knowledge system and the thought that stayed for millennia. Angiras looked at fire not merely as a ritual but as a very essence of energy, transformative, purifying and eternal. He listened to the sound not only as a chant but as a scientific medium, a carrier of wisdom across generation. He gazed the cosmos and saw order, symmetry and proportion, principle that would echo in maths and astronomy long after his time. And above all, he taught that the body, mind and universe were not separate realms, but a reflection of one harmonious whole. And in 2026, the contribution of Rishi Angira feels more relevant than ever because his teachings sit at the intersection of science, philosophy and holistic living, exactly where the modern society is searching for balance. In the vast tapestry of India's spiritual and intellectual heritage, few figures stand out as bright as Rishi Angira. Counted among the Saptarishi, he was not only a seer of divine truth, but also a pioneer where the insight laid the foundation of astronomy and mathematics and definitely the sound and how to actually handle the sound and the holistic philosophy. His legacy reminds us that the root of science and spirituality in India are deeply intertwined. So Angira is often described as the sage of fire. In Rig Veda, his hymn of Agni reveals a profound understanding of fire, not merely a physical phenomena, but as a universal principle of energy, transformation, and purification. Fire consume and transform, and also that. So it transform into kind of a energy, and it also into purifying, and in this whole process a renew idea that resonate with the modern science notion of energy conservation and thermodynamics. For Angira, the Agni or the fire was both a deity and a metaphor. The eternal flame that linked the material world with the cosmic order. His vision of fire as energy linked to the transformation and purification, and that even resonate today also, and we that also focus on renewable energy and sustainable practices. So Angira reminds us that the energy is not just a resource, but a principle of harmony. So today we are keen regarding energy and sustainability, aren't we? So, but Angira's vision extended far beyond fire. He was deeply engaged with the cosmos and observing the star and the cycle of time. His association with the Rishi constellation reflect the Vedic tradition of linking sage to celestial bodies. In this way, Angira helped establish astronomy not merely as a tool but for a ritual, but a science of cosmos rhythm. His teaching emphasized that the heavens were not a distinct mystery, but a living pattern guiding human life. Now in 2026, with the space exploration and AI-driven astronomy advancing rapidly, his emphasis on cosmos rhythm and the cycle offers a philosophical ground and seeing the universe not as a chaos but as an order pattern we have learned from. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will that will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward on Angira, perhaps his most enduring contribution was in the realm of sound and knowledge transmission. So Angira recognized that the sound or shabd, that's what we call in Hindi, was and they are actually more vibration. It's more a vibration, and it has a scientific medium for preserving and transmitting the wisdom. In the age before the writing, he developed the method of oral transmission that relied on rhythm, repetition, and precise articulation. And this system ensured that the Veda could be memorized and passed down flawlessly across a generation. So, in a modern term, Angira pioneered into science of memory, science of sound, and blending linguistic and phonics and the pedagogy into one. And even now in the age of digital communication, Angira's recognition of sound or shabd, that's what we call in Hindi, as a scientific medium, and that mirrors how we use data transmission today. His oral method of preserving knowledge and anticipating the importance of precision is definitely very much relevant in information system. So his hymn also reveal a fascinating with order, symmetry, and proportion. So ritual were not a random act, but a carefully measured sequences reflecting mathematical precision. And this emphasis on structure influenced later in Indian tradition in maths, and where the proportion and the balance became the guiding principle. So in Angira's worldwide view, the maths was not an abstract. It was a language of harmony, in a way the mirror the cosmos into human practice. His focus on order, symmetry, and proportion aligned with the modern mathematics and coding and design thinking, where the structure and the balance are essential for innovation. So equally important was his teaching on balance between body, mind, and cosmos. So Angira saw human being as a microcosmos of universe. Just as a fire purifies and a star guide, so too our individual alignment in their inner energy of us and yours inner energies with the rhythm of nature. So this holistic vision foreshadowed the Ayurveda and other Indian science that emphasize equilibrium as the key of health and wisdom. Perhaps most importantly, his teaching that body, mind, and cosmos must remain in equilibrium and speaks directly to 2026 challenges of mental health and environment crisis and technological actually the overload. So taken together, Angira's contribution form a remarkable legacy. He gave us the vision of fire as an energy, astronomy as a cosmic order, sound as a scientific transmission, and mathematics as a symmetry, and philosophy as a balance. So his work reminds us that science, spirituality were never separate in Vedic age. They were two sides of one quest for truth. So as we look back and as we analyze the teaching of Angira, so in that context, Angira emerged not only as a sage but as scientist of soul and cosmos. His insights continue to inspire, urge us to see the universe not as a collection of isolated phenomena, but as a living, ordered whole. In his hymn, we hear the echoes of timeless truth that knowledge, whether spiritual or scientific, is a flame meant to illuminate, transform, and guide humanity towards harmony with the cosmos. So in Vedic dawn, the Angira lit the flame of knowledge, of science, where the fire becomes energy, sound becomes knowledge, and cosmos becomes order. So in the end, Rishi Angira emerged not as a sage of Vedic age, but a visionary who saw science and spirituality as two currents of same river. His hymn to fire reveals the energy as a principle of transformation and purification. His devotion to sound gave humanity a flawless system of oral knowledge transmission, ensuring the wisdom echo across the centuries. And his fascination with symmetry and proportions seeded the spirit of mathematics, while his gaze at the star aligned human life with the cosmos rhythm. What Angira taught us was simple yet profound. The body, the mind, and the cosmos are not separate realm, but reflection of the same kind of alignment, same as a kind of living, the way of living actually. So when we go forward about his teaching, I would also request you to send us the comments what you think, and if you want to add something on this in this context, please, we welcome your comments. So his vision was knowledge was not a possession but a flame meant to illuminate, purify, and guide. As we look back today, his legacy reminds us that the true wisdom lies in the balance and between energy, order, and between sound and silence, between the human and the cosmos. So please send, as I was requesting you, send your comments on this subject, and also please subscribe our channel for more insights to Indian spirituality, mythology. So see you in the next one. But before we end, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before silicon chips and rocket engines, India's rishis and scholars were sketching the blueprint of science in verses and in logic. From Pingla's binary rhythm to Aryabhat's celestial equation, their insight became the hidden code of modern progress. What we call algorithm, astronomy, rocket science today and were once seeds planted in the fertile soil of ancient wisdom in India. To revisit their contribution, we should understand that it is not just a history, it is a reminder that the future was imagined centuries ago and that we are still living in their unfolding vision. So let's find out more. In the quiet corridor of ancient Indian thoughts, Pingla stands as a mathematician sage whose vision stretched far beyond his time. Living around the 3rd, 2nd century BC, he composed the Chandra Shastra, trusty in Sanskrit parody. At first glance, it was a study of poetic meters, but hidden within its verses lay a revolutionary idea. The earliest known description of binary numbers and combinational patterns. And in his hands, the poetry became the mathematics, and the mathematics became a language of code. So Pingla's binary system was simple yet profound. So he represented sequences of long and short syllables and using marks and that correspond to what we call today 1 and 0. This was not merely a poetic device, it was a seed of digital logic. Centuries later, the same binary framework would become the foundation of computer science, coding language, and the algorithm that drives artificial intelligence. And in 2026, every smartphone, rocket guidance system, and the quantum processor hums with the rhythm of Pingla's insight. The universe can be described in two states, on and off, presence and absence. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, moving forward, imagine the world without Pingla's contribution. Without binary, modern digital revolution would flatter. Computer might still exist, but their architecture would be clumsy, reliant on unwieldy numerical system. Rocket science, which depends on precise coding, error-free communication, would stumble. The artificial intelligence, which thrives on binary logic, would be delayed maybe by centuries. The absence of Pingla's vision would mean a world where the progress limps and instead of leaps. So where the dream of space exploration and the digital connectivity remain distant. So in 2026, his relevance is sharper than ever. As scientists push boundaries in quantum computing, they still rely on binary as the bedrock of classical computation. Rocket science pierce the sky, and their guidance system echoes Pingla's binary rhythms. As artificial intelligence learns, adapt, and evolve, it does so through the string of 1 and 0, the same language Pingla first sketched in the poetic form. His work reminds us that the most advanced technologies are often born from the simplest truth. Modern scientists owe him a gratitude. Every programmer writes code, every physicist modeling particles, and every engineer designing spacecrafts stand on the shoulders of Pingla. His binary vision transformed poetry into mathematics, mathematics into logic, and logic into digital universe. To thank him is to acknowledge that the progress is not only building in the labs or observatories, but also in the mind of sage who saw pattern in verses, numbers in rhythm. Pingla's legacy is reminded that the science is not bound to by any time. His binary system, conceived in an age of oral tradition, poetic recitation, and now drive the engines of rocket science and the algorithm of artificial intelligence. In every line of code, in every rocket launch, in every digital heartbeat of 2026, Pingla's voice resonates. He showed us that the simplicity is the key to infinity, and that form two symbol 1 and 0 the universe of knowledge can unfold. So, the legacy of India's ancient scientists is not confined to dusty manuscripts or forgotten verses. It is actually pulses through every circuit, every rocket launch, every equation written today. Without their vision, the binary code of Pingla, the celestial map of Aryabhat, or the medicinal insight of Charak, our modern world would be poorer. And their wisdom remind us that the progress is not born in isolation, but carried forward by generation who dare to imagine beyond their age. As we step into 2026 and beyond, every scientist, coder, explorer, actually owns a silent gratitude to these rishis of reason for their lit the first spark of discovery that now fuels the engines of science and rocket flights. And in their echoes, we find our future. So we have come to the end of this video. Look forward for your comment on this subject. And please like and subscribe our channel, and we'll see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the vast silence of desert, where the survival seems almost impossible, scientists have uncovered a hidden alliance that rewrites our understanding of endurance. Ancient desert moss, long admired for its ability to cling to the life on a barren soil, has now been found to harbor fungi inside its very cells. This is not a surface level partnership, but a deep cellular embrace, possibility of one of the Earth's oldest symbiotic relationship. It is a discovery that stretches back to the dawn of terrestrial life, suggesting that resilience in hostile environment was never a solitary achievement. Moss brought photosynthesis and shelter, and fungi brought biochemical tools to withstand drought and scarcity. Together, they forged a blueprint for survival in extremes, a design that may have been shaped ecosystem across time and that could inspire strategies for life in the harsh world of tomorrow. So let's find out more about this. So in the parched silence of deserts, where the survival is daily negotiation with the heat and scarcity, scientists have uncovered a story written in the smallest of the living thread. Desert moss, a humble pioneer of a barren landscape, has been found to harbor fungi inside its very cells. This is not a casual association, but a deep, intimate partnership, possibly one of the Earth's oldest symbiotic relationships. It is a revelation that stretches our imagination back hundreds of millions of years to a time when a life was still learning how to endure the hardest of the environment. Mosses are among the earliest land plant, and their lineage traces back to the dawn of terrestrial colonizations. They thrive where a few others can, on rocks and in desert and frozen tundra. So their resilience has long been admired. But the discovery of fungi nested within their cells added a new dimension to their survival story. Fungi, with its extraordinary ability to break down the minerals, recycle nutrients, and tolerate extreme, may have been the silent partners in its journey all along. Together, moss and fungi form a living alliances which compensating for the others' vulnerabilities. The moss provides shelter, photosynthesis, and energy. The fungus offer biochemical tools to withstand drought, heat, and nutrient, and definitely scarcity in the harsh environment. So their partnership is not merely biological, or it is not even a curiosity, which is often we all feel and we want to go beyond it. It is an evolutionary strategy. Symbiosis has always been a cornerstone of life's success. So from the mitochondria in our cell, one free living bacteria, the lichens that paint rock with the color cooperation has repeatedly proven more powerful than competition. The moss fungi bond may represent one of the earliest experiment in its principle, a prototype for survival in a hostile world. It suggests that the adaptation to the desert and the other extreme habitats was not achieved alone but through alliances forged in the microscopic intimacy. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's continue with our discussion. The implication ripple outward. If mosses could endure desert by welcoming fungi into their cells, then perhaps similar strategies allowed plants to colonize barren continents, shaping the ecosystem that would later support animals and eventually humans. It reframes desert not as a lifeless wasteland, but as a crucible of innovation where the life learned to band within without actually breaking. It also hints at how organism might adapt to future extreme weather, climate, and change also on the Earth or colonization of Mars. Partnership like these could be the blueprint for resilience in environments we have yet to face. So there is a poetry in the idea that survival is not about the dominance, but about the companionship. Moss and fungus, actually entwined in cellular embrace, remind us that the life's oldest lesson is cooperation. So, in their quiet persistence, they carry the echoes of ancient earth, whispers of the strategies that allowed green to shape across the stone and resilience to bloom where none was expected. To study them is a glimpse the architecture of endurance. A design has relevant, even very relevant, actually, in today's environment, as it was the desert of prehistory. So, in the story of desert moss and its hidden fungal partnership, the ending is not a conclusion but a reminder of life's oldest wisdom. What began as a microscopic alliance in the hardest and harshest landscape has endured across the ecos and teaching us that the survival is actually really solitary. So the moss shelter the fungus strengthen the moss, and together they embody resilience in its purest form. So this discovery is more than a scientific curiosity. Actually, it is a testament of cooperation as the engine of adaptation. In desert where the heat actually is so hard and so high, and the water vanishes, the moss fungi bond whispers of the ancient strategies that allowed life to persist against impossible odds. It tells us that the endurance is not about standing alone, but about weaving, strengthening through the companionship. So, as we look to the future, towards the changing climates, and even the prospect of life beyond Earth, this ancient partnership become a guide. It shows that the survival in the extreme will depend not on as an isolation or alone, to be alone all the time, but on the collaboration, on alliances that transform the vulnerability into the possibility. Thus, the desert moss and its fungal ally leave us with the quiet but profound message. The oldest story of life are written not in dominance, but in a symbiosis. And its cellular embrace, we glimpse the timeless architecture of resilience, an inheritance from the past and the blueprint for the future. So, we have come at the end of this discussion about this interesting topic of moss and fungi alliance. So please like and subscribe our channel, and we definitely look forward for your comments on this topic. See you very soon on more good topics, interesting topics for you. See you. Bye-bye.
Let me ask you, why do highly successful CEOs suddenly burn out lose their grip, or watch their corporate empire crumble? The answer isn't found in a modern business textbook. It was written thousands of years ago in Bhagavad Gita. Therefore, in this video, we break down Bhagavad Gita and translate its profound wisdom into survival guide for the modern executive. Let's go. What is the ultimate destination for a highly successful CEO? Very profound question, but very difficult to answer. If you look at the tech world, Wall Street or startup ecosystem, the playbook says exponential growth, massive exits, and legacy carved in stone, and ultimate control. But look at all this a little closer at the corporate history. Why do some of the most brilliant minds, leaders who build empires suddenly burn out? Why do they make catastrophic ethical lapses? Why do they watch their organizations crumble from within? Most businesses and training institutes and schools will tell you it's a failure of a strategy, a shift in the market dynamics, or a poor risk management. But thousands of years ago, a profound spiritual text diagnosed the true cause of this corporate collapse. It is not the failure of strategy, it is a failure of identity. Today, we are diving deep into Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9, verse 24. We are going to look past the religious context and uncover a brutal, timeless, psychological warning that every modern founder, executive, and leaders need to hear before it's too late. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Those who do not understand that I am the real enjoyer and the supreme lord of each and every sacrifice, they fall down and remain in the cycle of life and death, and the quote close. Let's unpack this because to a modern executive, words like sacrifice and lord sound detached from Q4 KPIs and the boardroom meetings. But if we translate the core metaphysics into leadership psychology, the wisdom is startling. In Gita, sacrifice, which is in other words yagna, represents collective effort, hard work, dedicated action towards a goal. In your company, the sacrifice is the late night your engineers pull, and the capital your investor risk, and the daily grind of your sales team. The verse states there is a real enjoyer, a supreme purpose, a greater collective good, a universal force. But here is a pitfall. The verse warns that those who do not recognize this truth, those who believe they are the ultimate owner and the sole enjoyer of all these collective efforts, will inevitably fall down. This brings us to the ego trap. When an entrepreneur starts a company, they are driven by a vision. They sacrifice their comfort, their sleep, and their time. But as the company grows and success pours in, a subtle shift happens in leadership, leaders' psychology. The ego takes over. The CEO begins to think, I built this. This $1 billion valuation is because of my genius. The employees are sacrificing their time so that I can enjoy the profit and the fame. They declare themselves the real enjoyer. When the leader makes this mental shift, they detach themselves from the reality. They become obsessed with the fruits of the labor rather than the quality of the work, and this is what the Gita calls attachment to the result. Look at the corporate giants of the last few decades who fell from the grace. From Enron to spectacular crashes of certain modern tech unicorns. It's almost never a lack of intelligence. It is always their hubris. The leader begin to believe they are above the rules, above the ecosystem, and completely responsible for the sun rising and setting on their industry. And just as the verse warns, they plummet. The second part of the verse says that because they don't understand this truth, they remain in the cycle of life and death. In a corporate context, This is the exhausting, endless cycle of cyclic failure and burnout. When you believe you are the sole enjoyer and bearer of the company's burden, you carry an unsustainable weight. Every market dip feels like a personal attack. Every failed product feels like an existential crisis. You find yourself trapped in a loop. You chase temporary success. You achieve milestones and your ego inflates. Because your ego is inflated, you make a blind, arrogant decision. The business takes a hit, leading to loss of purpose and intense anxiety. You scramble frantically to fix it, restarting the cycle, etc. This is the corporate, sansar, or the world, the cycle of the professional life and death. You are constantly fighting to protect your self image rather than steering the ship. You aren't building a legacy, you are running an emotional treadmill fueled by fear and pride. So, what is the antidote here? How does the modern CEO applies chapter 9 and verse 24 to find sustainable success? The secret lies in moving from ownership mind to a stewardship mindset. In the visual rendering of this lesson, I mean, if you start imagining, the act as a steward, your relationship with the company changes. First, the burden lifts. If you are not the ultimate owner of the result, you no longer carry the paralyzing fear of the failure. You focus purely on the execution, the karma, and leave the outcome to the market, the universe, or the collective ecosystem. Second, your team thrives. True sustainable leadership happens when a CEO realizes they are there to serve the vision and not the other way around. Employees can sense when a leader wants all the credit. Conversely, they will run through brick walls for a leader who shares the triumph and views the company's success as a collective sacrifice. You shift from saying, "Look what I made," to "Look what I have been trusted to guide." So, next time when you look at your company's quarterly metrics, your rising valuation, or even your personal achievement, take a step back. Remember the warning of Gita 9.24. Do not fall into the trap of thinking you are the ultimate master of the universe. Recognize the immense sacrifices of your employees, your customers, and the ecosystem supporting you. Dedicated your corporate efforts to cause higher than your own bank account or your personal ego. When you shift from being a self-proclaimed leader of your empire to the humble steward of your vision, you don't just avoid the ultimate CEO pitfall, you unlock a deeper level of clarity, resilience, and sustainable success that no market crash can ever take away from you. So friends, thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. If this ancient perspective on the modern business resonate with you, hit the like button, share this with your fellow leaders, and subscribe for more deep dives into timeless wisdom for the modern business world. Lead with humility, focus on the effort, and let go of the ego. So friends, I will see you in the next video. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In 2026, as humanity navigates in an era defined by artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and digital economics, it is striking to realize that most advanced systems will rest upon the foundation laid nearly 1400 years ago by Brahmagupta. His recognition of zero as a number, his rules for negative values, his algebraic formulations are not a relic of antiquity, but living principle embedded in every algorithm, blockchain, and ledger and machine learning model today. When we speak of data science and or when we speak of coding language that drives modern innovations, we are echoing Brahmagupta's vision of mathematics as a universal language, now capable of describing both void and infinite. So, in the world where the billions of calculations occur every second, Brahmagupta's insight actually reminds us that the progress is always built upon the courage of pioneers who dare to redefine the possible.
Hello friends. India and Netherlands have officially leveled up their relationship, announcing a massive strategic partnership focused on trade, innovation, and the most importantly, semiconductors. With the Netherlands being home to ASML, the backbone of global chip making, and India rapidly becoming a global tech manufacturing powerhouse, this super alliance is set to rewrite the rules of global supply chain. Therefore, in this video, we break down exactly what this partnership means, why semiconductors are at the heart of it, and how it impacts the global trade, technology, and geopolitics. Let's go. Imagine a world where future of the artificial intelligence, global trade, and the brain power behind the smartphone is entirely reshaped overnight. It's not a sci-fi movie, it's happening right now. We are officially witnessing the birth of a new global tech superpower alliance. In a historic move, India and the Netherlands have dramatically elevated their bilateral relationships into a full-scale strategic partnership, signing a 17 major agreements. Now, why does this matter to you or me? Because at the very absolute center of this massive deal is something that entire world is fighting over, and that is semiconductors. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move forward. The Netherlands is the undisputed gatekeeper of the global chip manufacturing technology. India is the fastest growing technology and manufacturing market on earth. Together, they are creating a powerhouse designed to rewrite the global supply chain, secure critical minerals, and safeguard the future of technology. In this video, we are breaking down exactly what is this super alliance means, why this semiconductor deal is an absolute game changer, and how it impacts the global balance of power. So friends, let's dive in. B-roll of automated robotic arms handling silicon wafer. Sometimes you see this and you try to imagine this. To understand why this alliance is such a big deal, we have to look at what's under the hood. The semiconductor mega deal. Right now, the world runs on microchips. They are in your car, your phone, your medical equipment, and your military defense systems, but making them is incredibly difficult, and the supply chain is dangerously concentrated. Enter the Netherlands. The Dutch house, a tech juggernaut called ASML, is the only company in the world capable of making the extreme ultraviolet or EUV lithography machines required to print the most advanced microchips on Earth. Without the Dutch tech, the global tech industry effectively grinds to a halt. Enter India now. Under the India Semiconductor Mission, India is investing tens of billions of dollars to become a premier global hub for chip manufacturing, trying to diversify away from traditional East Asia tech hub, and therefore this discussion going on with Netherlands and more specifically with ASML. During the bilateral talk in Hague, a massive milestone was reached. Tata Electronics and ASML officially closed a monumental partnership. ASML cutting edge equipment and expertise are heading straight to India's first major front, and it is going to complement to semiconductor fabrication plant or fab being built in Dholera in Gujarat. As the leaders noted, this means the chips will literally be built in India utilizing world-class Dutch machinery. This isn't just a simple buyer-seller agreement. The two nations are formally linked. The Dutch Semicon Competence Center directly to Indian Semiconductor Mission. They are building an entire ecosystem of suppliers, startups, and tech development. But you can't run multi-billion dollar chip fab with machines alone. You need human capital as well. You need genius level talent. And that brings us to what they are calling the brain bridge. One of the most exciting aspects of this 5-year strategic roadmap is the academic and research alliance. The Eindhoven University of Technology and the University of Twente in Netherlands have signed a comprehensive memorandum of cooperation with 6 of India's absolute elite engineering institutions. The Indian Brain Bridge institutions are the IISc, which is in Bangalore, IIT Mumbai or IIT Bombay, IIT Delhi, IIT Gandhinagar, IIT Guwahati, IIT Madras. This network isn't just purely academics, it is heavily backed by real world technology and giants like NXP, ASML, Tata's, and CG Semi. And therefore, this is a very big deal. At exactly the same time, they have signed a massive mobility and migration cooperation pact as well. What does this mean in plain English? It means significantly easier visa norms, smoother talent pipelines, and expanded long-term partnership and work opportunities for Indian students and tech professionals in the Netherlands. The Dutch get direct access to India's unparalleled pool of software engineers and innovators, and India gets direct hands-on training with the most sophisticated hardware technology on the planet Earth. It's a flawless win-win. While the microchips are grabbing all the headlines, this new strategic alliance actually covers 17 different agreements designed to completely bind these two economies together. Let's look at the major pillar of this deal. First is the critical minerals. You can't build advanced electronics or electrical vehicle batteries without rare earth elements. The two nations have agreed to secure and build a resilient supply chain for critical minerals spanning from exploring to value chain integration. Number 2 is the green hydrogen roadmap. The Netherlands is a world leader in clean energy transition, and India wants to be the world's biggest exporter of the green hydrogen. This roadmap opens up a huge door for India to export clean energy directly into Europe. Number 3 is the defense industry roadmap. In a world riddled with geopolitical uncertainties and security is top of the mind, India and the Netherlands are designing a framework for the joint manufacturing of defense equipment, components, and direct technology transfer. There are even exploring a mutual logistic support agreement for their military forces. On top of all that, they have implemented a custom mutual administrative assistant agreement to streamline the trade and all aspects of whatever we have discussed so far. Remember, bilateral trade between these two already sit at a massive $27.8 billion. The Netherlands is India's fourth largest investor, and the port of Rotterdam serves as India's primary strategic gateway into entire European market. This pact essentially supercharged that gateway. Now we have to look at the bigger picture. Why is the alliance happening right now? The reality is that the global geopolitics are shifting fast. During their high level talks, the leadership of both nations spent a significant amount of time addressing global pain points. They expressed deep concerns over ongoing instability in West Asia and Ukraine, which have continuously threatened the global energy supplies and trade routes. Both nations took a hard, unified stance on the Strait of Hormuz, jointly demanding absolute freedom of navigation and the unhindered flow of global commerce, while explicitly opposing any restrictive maritime measures. By coming together, India and Netherlands are purposefully insulating themselves from the global shocks. Western nations are actively seeking trusted democratic partners to diversify their tech dependencies away from single source manufacturing countries. This alliance positions India as Europe's ultimate trusted partner for hardware, while ensuring that Netherlands maintains a dominant foothold in booming South Asia market. As the leadership highlighted during this historic summit, this represents a new golden era for India-Europe relationship. It marries the incredible speed and skill of India's economic growth with the world-class innovation and tech expertise of Netherlands. The roadmap of 2026 to 2030 is locked in. The factories are being built, the universities are collaborating, and the microchips are about to flow. The tech landscape is evolving, and this super alliance is driving the change. But now I want to hear from you. What do you think about this partnership? Will this formally establish India as next global semiconductor superpower? How do you think this impact the global balance of tech power? Drop in your thoughts in the comments below, and if you find this breakdown valuable, make sure to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notifications so you never miss another deep dive into the technology reshaping our world. So friends, thanks for watching, and I will see you again in the next one. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और हर रोज की तरह हम अपना जो दिन है उसकी शुरुआत करते हैं भगवान की पूजा करके। तो आज है आ, बुधवार, और आज तो गणेश जी की स्तुति बनता है, क्योंकि हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे गणेश जी की पूजा करके, क्योंकि आज का दिन उनको समर्पित है। तो बहुत ही सिंपल सा एक मंत्र हम 11 दफा पढ़ेंगे। और आप तो जानते हैं कि हर रोज की तरह हम अपनी पूजा शुरू करते हैं, और जो मंत्र है 11 दफा अपने हमें थोड़ा सा सहायता मिले तो हम इस काउंटर को यूज करते हैं। और इसमें ये बड़े आराम से हमें इसमें नंबर आ जाते हैं स्क्रीन के ऊपर। पता चल जाता है कि हमारे कितने दफा हो गया है। तो आप कोई भी तरीका यूज कर सकते हैं, लेकिन सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात यह है कि हमारे साथ जुड़ें और हमारे साथ इस मंत्र का उच्चारण 11 दफा करें। इससे भगवान गणेश काफी खुश होते हैं। तो चलिए जी, हाथ जोड़ के हम नमन करते हैं और 11 दफा भगवान जी को याद करते हैं। ओम गण गण गणपते नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों, हमारे 11 दफा जो स्तुति थी वो पूरी हो गई भगवान गणेश की। अब हम अपना दिन स्टार्ट करेंगे आराम से। भगवान की हमने पूजा कर ली है, तो चलिए अभी आपसे विदा लेता हूँ, लेकिन जल्दी ही मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में। कहीं मत जाइएगा। हेलो फ्रेंड्स, नमस्कारम। Are you a CEO or a business leader constantly feeling the pressure of the quarterly results and market volatility? In this video, we explore the art of detached leadership, a transformative management philosophy derived from Bhagavad Gita. While the modern business culture glorifies the hustle and the outcome based obsession, the ancient wisdom of Gita offers a radical alternative, which is Nishkam Karma, the practice of performing your duty without being enslaved by the fruit of your action. Let us explore this thought further. We live in a culture that worships the outcome. As leaders, we are conditioned to believe that our value is tied directly to the quarterly report, the stock prices, or the successful exit. We are taught to be obsessed with the fruit of our labor. And this is true. But I want to ask you a question. What happens to your leadership and your mental clarity when you become so attached to the outcome that you lose sight of the strategy? Today we are exploring a principle that is over 5000 years old, and yet it is arguably the most necessary leadership hack for the 21st century. We are looking at Bhagavad Gita chapter 2 verse 51. And this verse isn't about being disengaged, it's about becoming liberated. It is the act of detached leadership. Friends, if you have reached so far, please let me know name of your city or country from where you are watching this video. Now let's proceed further. Let's break down this actually means in business context. The verse tells us that the wise, those with yogic wisdom, decline the fruit of their actions. In the boardroom, the fruit is the ego driven need for the win, the fear of loss, or the frantic search for validation through results. When you are fixated on the fruit, your decision making becomes reactive. You start playing to avoid losing rather than playing to build excellence. Detachment is this context in this context is not about not caring. It's about disentangling your identity from the outcome. When you can perform your duty, your dharma, with excellence, while accepting the final result is subject to market forces beyond your absolute control, you reach a state of equanimity. This is where the high level strategy lives. So, friends, how do we actually apply this? I call this the detached leadership framework, and it consists of three pillars. Pillar number one is radical presence. Most CEOs are living in future, in next quarter's projection. Verse 51 teaches us to focus entirely on the action being performed right now. If you are in a negotiation, be 100% in the negotiations. When you detach from the future outcome, your current execution becomes flawless. Pillar number two, the end of ego driven KPIs. When you are a leader, you can make mistake. Do you see it as a failure of your character or the piece of some data? Detached leader sees it as a data. By renouncing the emotional detachment to the result, you gain the ability to pivot faster than your competitor because you aren't held back by the fear of looking into what just happened, like you're looking like a failure. Pillar number three, sustaining the long term game. The cycle of suffering mentioned in the verse is the burnout cycle. You chase the goal, you win, you feel a brief high, then you feel the anxiety of the next goal. Detached leaders break the cycle by finding satisfaction in the pursuit of excellence itself, not just the trophy. Now, there is a dangerous misconception I have to address. People think detachment sounds like caring less. If I stop caring about the outcome, won't I lose my edge? The answer is, in fact, the opposite. When you are addicted to the outcome, you are operating from a place of fear. Fear leads to the short term thinking, cutting corners, and micromanagement. When you are detached, you operate from a place of freedom. You are free to make the bold, ethical, and necessary decisions that a fearful CEO would avoid. You aren't caring less, you are caring more about the integrity of your work than the temporary opinion of the market. So next time you walk into a meeting where the stakes feel sky high, I want you to remember chapter 2 verse 51. Do your duty, execute with everything you got, but hold the outcome lightly. True power isn't about controlling the world. True power is ability to lead, create, and build while remaining unshaken by whatever the result may be. That is the art of detached leadership, and that is how you find peace in the center of the storm. If this resonated with you, I would love to hear your thoughts in the comment section below. How do you separate your identity from your results? Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into the timeless leadership. So, thanks for watching, friends. Thanks for joining me live. See you in the next one. Hello, friends. All of us sometimes get this feeling that our technical expertise or our hustle hold us back from our true potential for the true leadership. Everybody gets this kind of a feeling. Therefore, we dive deep into the most powerful leadership secrets from Bhagavad Gita. In a verse where Lord Krishna, Bhagwan Krishna tells Arjun, "O Arjun, be a yogi." But what does this mean for a modern CEO or an entrepreneur to be a yogi? Today, we are going to break down why the yogi, the leader with disciplined equanimity, consistently outperform the three most common type of executive. Let's go. Hello friends, welcome to this high level executive briefing. We explore the profound leadership wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita. while the modern corporate culture often drives leaders towards external validation and endless doing within quotes. This ancient verse reveals that the most effective leadership comes from a state of internal being. The inside out executive breaks down how the concept of the yogi, one who is happy within and flooded with self enlightenment, translate directly to the modern C suite. Learn how to translate and transition from reactive management to proactive sovereignty. Let us explore this thought further. Welcome once again. We live in an era of the extreme leadership. We are taught that more we do, more we achieve. We track KPIs, market share, and quarterly growth. But there is a paradox at the top. Many executives have reached the pinnacle of the material success while they feel more hollow than when they started. Why is it that more we gain on the outside, the more we feel we are losing on the inside? Today we are looking for the answers in a 7,000-year-old text. We are exploring Bhagavad Gita chapter 5 verse 24. It offers a blueprint of what I call the inside out executive. Let's look at the verse itself, and Bhagwan Krishna says, and the quote starts, "A yogi is happy within. He sees God within himself. He is flooded with self-enlightenment. He attains the liberation from material existence and unite with the divine." And the quote close. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine our reach. Alright, let's proceed further. To the modern CEO, words like yogi or divine might feel distant. But let's translate this into a language of the leadership. A yogi is simply a person of the perfected discipline. Happy within himself means you are emotional, in your emotional state is no longer a hostage to the stock market or a boardroom meeting. Flooded with self-enlightenment is what we now call high-level intuition and clarity. This verse isn't about retiring to a cave. It's about becoming an unshakable in the boardroom. Most leaders are outside in. If the company performs, they are happy. If the media criticize them, they are miserable. Their internal world is a mirror of their external environment. The inside-out executive flips the script. Verse 5.24 tells us that the source of joy must be internal. When you are happy within, you lead from a place of abundance rather than scarcity. You aren't making decisions because you are afraid of losing your status. You are making them because they are the right thing to do. This is where the self-enlightenment comes in. When the noise of ego and anxiety is silenced, you gain the quiet mind. In that quiet, you see the God within, or in professional terms, you access your highest intelligence. Now let's talk about the most provocative word in this verse, liberation. In the Gita, this is the moksha, which is freedom from cycle of birth and death. For an executive, this is freedom from the material grind. Think about it. How much of your stress comes from things you cannot control? The economy, the competition, the global supply chain. Liberation means you are no longer a slave to these outcomes. You perform your dharma, which is your duty, with 100% intensity, but your soul isn't crushed if the result fluctuates. Ironically, this detachment makes you more powerful. A leader who doesn't need a specific outcome to feel whole is the most dangerous person in a negotiation. You have nothing to lose because your fulfillment is already locked in internal space. So how do we apply this tomorrow morning, right? First, the morning audit. Before you check your emails, which is coming from outside, check your inside. Spend 5 minutes in silence. Find that internal happiness before the world tries to give you its version of it. Alright? Number 2, intellectual detachment. During a crisis, ask ask yourself, is my happiness based on solving this, or is my happiness constant while I solve this? Right? Number 3 is lead by light. So verse 5.24 mentioned about flooded with light. Be the leader who brings clarity to the room, not heat. If you are enlightened within, you illuminate the path for everyone else. The verse ends by saying the yogi unite with the divine. In leadership, this is the union of the purpose and action. When your internal state matches your external impact, you aren't just working anymore, you are fulfilling your mission. So don't just lead a company, lead yourself first. Be the inside out executive. And friends, we have come to the end. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for your time. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before we end this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, did you know that Oracle just secured a massive $300 million windfall and the cloud computing landscape will never be the same? In this video, we break down how Larry Ellison's tech giant pulled off this incredible financial feat and what it means for the escalating cloud wars against the giants like AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud. As the enterprise demand for AI integrated cloud infrastructure skyrockets, Oracle positions itself as a dominant force. We will analyze the specific deals that led to this jackpot, the impact on Oracle stock, and why the analysts are shifting their outlook on the company's long-term growth. Let's go and explore this further. For decades, the cloud wars had a predictable hierarchy. Amazon, Microsoft, and Google sat on the throne while everyone else fought, for the crumbs. But in late 2025 and moving into 2026, the script has been flipping. In fact, it has flipped completely now. Oracle, the company your dad knew for databases, just hit another 300 billion jackpot. This isn't just a win, it's a tectonic shift. We are talking about a massive multi-year deal with OpenAI that has sent Oracle's backlog or remaining performance obligations soaring to an eye-watering $553 billion. Today we are diving into the new Oracle. How did Larry Ellison turn a legacy software company into the backbone of the AI revolution? Is this 300 billion windfall a guaranteed victory, or is Oracle building a house of cards on the back of a single customer? So friends, before we move forward, and if you've reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's break it down. To understand the jackpot, we have to look at the numbers. The headline is $300 billion. 5-year contract with OpenAI. To put that in perspective, that's roughly 60 billion in revenue per year from just one client. Why would OpenAI, a company born in Microsoft Azure's cloud, move a massive chunk of its workload to Oracle? The answer is simple: capacity and power. OpenAI's hunger for compute is insatiable. They need electricity and lots of it. This deal involves 4.5 gigawatts of power capacity. That's enough to power 4 million homes. Oracle isn't just renting out existing space, they are building massive new AI factories under a project often referred to as Stargate. We are seeing brand new data centers, campuses in Texas and Ohio, packed with hundreds of thousands of NVIDIA Blackwell GPUs, Oracle's secret weapon. Their infrastructure was built later than AWS and Azure. That sounds like a disadvantage, but it actually means their Gen 2 cloud was designed specifically for high performance workload and modern databases, the exact environment AI needs to thrive. But building a 300 billion cloud isn't easy. You cannot just plug 400,000 GPUs into a wall socket. The traditional power grid cannot handle this. This is where the heating up part of your title gets literal. Just this week, in April 2026, Oracle made a massive move to solve the energy crisis. They have partnered with Bloom Energy for nearly 3 gigawatts of fuel cell power. Instead of waiting for years for local utility companies to build power lines, Oracle is building its own off-grid power plant. They are literally bypassing the grid to ensure their AI servers never go dark. This level of aggressive expansion is why Oracle Cloud Infrastructure revenue jumped 84% in most recent quarter. While the big three are growing at steady clips, Oracle is growing like a startup on a steroid. Now we have to talk about the red flag, which is $300 billion. Sounds great on paper, but Wall Street is nervous. Oracle stock has been going through some intense volatility lately. Why? Because customer concentration. Over 50% of Oracle's future backlog is tied to one company, which is OpenAI. If OpenAI struggles to monetize its model, or if the AI bubble cools down, Oracle is left holding the bill for billions of dollars in hardware and in data centers. Oracle's debt to equity ratio is also significantly higher than Microsoft or Amazon. They are borrowing heavily to build this future. They are spending $50 billion in capital expenditure this year alone. It's a bet the farm movement for Larry Ellison. Is Oracle a ticking time bomb or a visionary genius? The market can't quite decide at this point in time. So where does this leave us? Oracle has officially graduated. They are no longer the database company or the fourth placed cloud. With 300 billion jackpot in hand, they are the specialized AI cloud. That's the world's most powerful startup as flocking it. The cloud war is heating up because the rules have changed. It's no longer about who has the most features. It's about who has the most GPUs and most gigawatts. And Oracle has both. If they can execute on this backlog and diversify their client base beyond OpenAI, we might be looking at the new king of enterprise tech. But if the AI hype fails to meet reality, the $300 billion windfall could become a $300 billion lesson in over expansion. One thing is certain, Oracle isn't playing it safe anymore. They are playing for the whole jackpot. So friends, what do you think? Is Oracle the best AI player in the market, or the risk is too high? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dive into the tech that is going to shape 2026 and beyond. Thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. For decades, the thick yellow-orange clouds of Venus have hidden a secret. While we have understood the upper atmosphere, the lower haze has remained one of the planetary science's greatest enigma until now. In this video, we dive into the groundbreaking discovery that reveals the true source of this mysterious layer, which is cosmic dust. Let's go and find this out. Venus is often called as Earth's evil twin. At first glance, it is the same size, has the same composition, and sits right next door in our solar system. But beneath that beautiful glowing facade lies a nightmare. Surface temperature hot enough to melt lead, atmospheric pressures that would crush a submarine, and thick cloud of corrosive sulfuric acid. For over 50 years since the first probe, like the US, beg your pardon, Soviet Venera and NASA's Pioneer Venus descended into the toxic soup, scientists have been haunted by the specific mystery. Most of the Venus's clouds sit between 47 and 70 kilometers up, but deep below that, below the cloud cover in the lower haze, there is a layer of mysterious particles that shouldn't be there by all accounts, and what causes these particles to float in that area, it was a mystery. So what created them? Why won't they go away? For half a century we had no answers, but today in 2026 a team of researchers from Thokowu University and the Royal Belgian Institute for Space Astronomy has finally cracked the case, and the answer didn't come from the volcanoes of Venus, it came from the stars. To understand the discovery, we have to understand why the lower haze is so enigmatic in the first place. Friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. On Earth, clouds are simple. Water evaporates, condenses, and eventually fall as rain. On Venus, it's a cycle of sulfur. Sulfuric acid clouds dominate the upper atmosphere. However, as you go deeper towards the surface, the temperature skyrockets. By the time you get below 47 kilometers, it becomes so hot that sulfuric acid cannot exist as a liquid droplet. It evaporates into gas. Logically, the clouds should just stop, but they don't. Probes descending through this kill zone in the year 1970 and it is detected a persistent ghostly haze of solid particles. For decades, the theories flew. Was it volcanic ash being kicked up from the surface? Was it some strange chemical reaction? We didn't understand at all. None of these models worked. The math never added up until Hiroki Karayu and his team decided to look at what Venus was eating from space. Every day, every planet in our solar system is bombarded by cosmic dust, tiny fragments left behind by the comets and colliding asteroids. We see these on Earth as shooting stars. When these meteors hit an atmosphere, they burn up, creating what scientists call meteoric smoke. These are nanometer-sized mineral particles, essentially tiny bits of iron, magnesium, and silicon. The research team used a state-of-the-art microphysical model to trace the life cycle of these particles as they enter the Venusian atmosphere. Here is the aha moment. As this cosmic dust drifts down from top of the atmosphere, it enters the sulfuric acid cloud deck. Instead of just passing through these tiny mineral bits as nuclei, essentially the seeds that sulfuric acid droplets grow around, but then the particles keep falling. They reach that 47-kilometer mark where the heat becomes unbearable. The sulfuric acid shell evaporates away, but the solid mineral core, which is the cosmic dust, remains. This is where the mystery is truly solved. When the acid evaporates, it leaves behind these naked mineral cores. Because the atmosphere at this depth is so dense, these tiny particles starts bumping into each other at very high rate. They don't just bounce off, they kick, they stick also. Sometimes they kick, move away and collide with other particles. This process is called the coagulation. These tiny grains of stardust clumps together to form larger, more complex particles. This is exactly what the Pioneer Venus probe saw decades ago, the haze of solid, non volatile particles that survived the heat. The team simulation didn't just suggest this could happen. The result matched the decade old data from Venera and the Pioneer probes with startling accuracy. After 50 years, the ghost of Venus has a name. It is the process remains of billions of shooting stars. So, why does this matter beyond just solving an old puzzle? Because this dust isn't just a passive visitor, it is actively terraforming, or rather, Venus forming the planet's climate. The researchers found that these cosmic seeds increase Venus' total cloud production by 20 to 30%. Without this rain of space dust, Venus might have thinner clouds, which would fundamentally change how much solar energy the planet reflects and how much heat it traps. Furthermore, these dust particles contains metallic elements like iron. This could finally explain the unknown UV absorber, the mysterious substance in Venus's cloud that sucks up ultraviolet light and has baffled astronomers for nearly a century. If the clouds are salted with iron from space, that explains the UV absorption perfectly. This discovery changes how we look at every planet. If the cosmic dust is shaping the atmosphere of Venus, it is likely doing the same for Jupiter, Saturn, and even distant exoplanets we are just now discovering. But the best part, we won't have to wait another 50 years to confirm this. In late 2020s, NASA Da Vinci mission will plunge through Venusian's atmosphere with most advanced sensors ever built. It will taste the air, measure the dust, and hopefully gives us high definition look at the cosmic haze we finally have understood now. The morning star still has many secrets, but thanks to a little bit of stardust and some brilliant modeling, one of its oldest mystery is finally put to rest. So, friends, we have come to the end, and I see Megha Sharma joining us from LinkedIn, and she is joining us from Delhi. So, Megha Sharma, great, you have informed us about your city. So, friend, we have come to the end of our live stream today. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. Let me ask you, are the entry level jobs actually disappearing? The traditional path from graduation to a starter job is undergoing a massive transformation as we speak. Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into how the automation and AI are reshaping the entry level positions, what this means for youth unemployment, and how you can future proof your career in this shifting landscape. The job market is changing and the ladder looks totally different than it appeared 5 years ago. Whether you are a student or a recent graduate or looking to pivot your career, understanding these structural changes is very essential for your success. Let's go and discuss this further. If you have been on the job hunt lately, you know the feeling. You find a job description that says entry level. You get excited. You read the requirement, and it says bachelor degrees, 3 to 5 years of experience, proficiency in 4 different software suites, and proven track records of project management. You look at the entry level title and then you look at the list of demands, and the math just don't add up. It feels like a bad joke. But here is a reality. It's not just a bad hiring practice, it is a fundamental shift in the economy. Today, we are talking about the death of the traditional entry level job. We are going to look at why your first job seems to be disappearing, how AI and automations rules are rewriting the various employment rules. The most importantly, how you can actually get your foot in the door when the door seems to be locked from inside. So, friends, if you've reached so far, please let me know from which city or country you're watching us. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. All right, let's proceed further. For decades, the career ladder was simple. You graduate, you get an entry level job, you learn the ropes, and you move up. Companies viewed entry level workers as investment. They were willing to pay to train you because eventually you would become a mid level expert. But something changed. We have seen the hollowing out of the middle class, but we are now seeing the hollowing out of the beginning of the career itself. Why is this happening? There are three reasons. First, AI and automation. The task that used to be the training wheel of a job, data entry, basic research, scheduling, drafting simple emails, are now being done instantly by AI. The proficiency mandate is the second one. In an era of the high interest rate and pressure for short term profit, companies don't want to pay to train someone for 6 months. They want a plug and play employee who can hit the ground running on day one. Next is outsourcing. Why hire a junior in a high cost city when you can contract a task to a specialized agency or an overseas freelancer for a fraction of a cost? This leads us to the dreaded experience trap. You can't get a job without the experience, and you can't get experience without a job. This is creating a dangerous ripple effect. If companies stop hiring juniors, who is going to learn the skill to become the seniors of tomorrow? We are essentially creating a generation of workers who are being bypassed by automation before they even get a chance to show what they can do. But here is the critical part. This isn't just about bad hiring managers, it's a structural change. The market has shifted towards skill based hiring rather than role based hiring. Companies are becoming less interested in your degree or your job title. They are becoming obsessed with your specific demonstrable skills. So, if the traditional entry level ladder is broken, what do? You stop looking for a ladder and start looking for a web. You need to stop selling yourself as a candidate and start selling yourself as a problem solver. Here is how you win in this new environment. First, build yourself, don't apply. If you are designer, don't just send a resume, send a link to a website you redesigned. If you are in finance, don't just say you can analyze data. Publish an analysis of a real market trend. A portfolio is the new resume. Number two, AI fluency. You are competing with AI, so you need to be the person who directs the AI. If you can show an employer how to use a tool to do work of two people, you become most valuable hire in the room. Number three, the gig entry point. Sometimes the way into the full-time role is through a contract, a freelance project, or an internship. Don't turn your nose up at small work. It is the easiest way to prove you can do the job before they hire you permanently. I know this sounds daunting. It's scary to feel like the rules of the game changed, right? So, as you stepped into the field, but I want to offer you a different perspective. The gatekeeper are losing their power. The old world, you needed a manager to give you a job. Today, the tools to build, create, and launch are cheaper and more accessible than they were ever before in human history. You don't need an entry level job at a big corporation to prove your worth. You can prove your worth before you ever step into the office. That's the power. It's more work, yes, but it's more autonomy at the same time. The entry level jobs isn't dead, but the do nothing entry level job is actually over. Uh, and the one where you just show up and learn by osmosis is absolutely fading away. If you want to survive and thrive, you have to be architect of your own experience. Start the project, learn the software, build the portfolio. I put together a list of resources in the description below, including platforms where you can start finding these skills first and project to build your experience. So if you're feeling the pressure of the job hunt, you aren't alone. Drop the comment below. What is the craziest requirement you have seen in a job lately? Uh, in a job posting lately. Let's talk about it. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Wish you all the best. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सबका स्वागत है। और आज है 2 जुलाई, यानी कि बृहस्पतिवार, यानी कि थर्सडे। तो आज का दिन जो है वो भगवान विष्णु के लिए समर्पित है। तो हम हर रोज भगवान की पूजा करते हैं। आज हम विष्णु भगवान की पूजा करेंगे और एक मंत्र का सिंपल सा मंत्र है, 11 दफा उच्चारण करेंगे, रिसाइटेशन। तो हर रोज की तरह मैं इस काउंटर को यूज करूंगा। आप जैसे मर्जी इसको करना चाहें, आपके पास माला है या अपने मन में आप करना चाहें, आप फ्री समझिए, कैसे भी आप करिए, लेकिन 11 दफा करना है। हर थर्सडे को, हर बृहस्पतिवार को अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले भगवान का नमन करना जरूरी है। तो चलिए हाथ जोड़ लेते हैं और इस काउंटर को हम अपने पास रखते हैं और शुरू हो जाते हैं अपना भगवान विष्णु की आराधना के लिए। ओम वासुदेवाय नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों, हमारी आज की पूजा समाप्त हुई और अब हम अपना दिन शुरू कर सकते हैं। जैसे हमारा दिन शुभ है, हम इसकी कामना करते हैं, वैसे ही हम इसकी भी कामना करते हैं कि आपका दिन भी मंगलमय और शुभ रहे। इसी कामना के साथ इस वीडियो को हम अभी यहाँ पे बंद करते हैं, लेकिन जल्दी ही मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में। नमस्कार। Hello friends and namaskar. Do you know that the Gurugram real estate prices have skyrocketed by 18%? Therefore, in this video, we break down exactly why property demand in Gurugram is hitting new high in 2026 and what this means for home buyers and the real estate investors. Let's go and explore this further. If you have been looking at the property in Gurugram lately, you have probably noticed that same thing I have in the market is basically on fire. So what was cheaper earlier is now becoming expensive. We are looking at an 18% jump in the prices, and that isn't just a random number. It's a signal of a massive shift in the Millennium City. But is this a bubble about to burst, or is there some actual solid value behind these numbers? Today we are breaking down exactly what is happening in Gurugram real estate market in 2026, and more importantly whether you should be buying, selling, or staying on the sidelines when the property is soaring so much. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, first, let's get the big question out of the way. Why 18%? A lot of people see this and think probably, perhaps, speculative bubble. But when you look at the data, it's actually a structural repricing. We are seeing a perfect storm of three things: infrastructure, corporate expansion, and flight to quality. Not all of the Gurugram is growing at the same rate. We are seeing two-speed market. This is the part everyone ask me about. Is it too late to enter? So when we talk about two-speed market, so there are places in Gurugram which are moving slowly, but there are hot cakes, very prime locations which are growing at 18%, especially in 2026. So question is it too late to enter? No, market is absolutely risk free. We had a massive price run up in the short 30 months window, and you need to be aware of the risk also, like potential interest rate fluctuations and the fact that we have pulled forward several years of expected appreciation into the current window. So in the end, I would like to tell you that look for a 7-year plus holding period if you are buying right now. This isn't get rich quick game anyway. It is a long-term wealth building strategy in a maturing global city. And Gurugram is a very happening place. Also, there are a lot of business opportunities for people who live in Gurugram. So Gurugram isn't just a city. It's a structural growth story. Whether you're looking at the Dwarka Expressway or the established luxury of Golf Course Road, the key is doing your homework. Don't buy the hype, but buy the fundamentals. So friends, the prices are going up, and my advice is to basically look for a property based on your budget and location preferences. But definitely, this is the right time to invest in Gurugram real estate market. If you found this breakdown useful, hit that like button, subscribe our channel, and look at the property price in Gurugram very seriously. Do let me know what sector you have in mind, and I can probably guide you further on that. My name is CK, and I will see you again in the next one.
Now, in the 7th century CE, amid of intellectual ferment of ancient India, a brilliant mind emerged, and that is also from the city of Ujjain, and his name was Brahmagupta, one of the greatest mathematicians in history. His work did not merely redefine the existing knowledge, it also transformed the very foundation of mathematics. To speak of Brahmagupta is not the kind of we are speaking of birth of algebra as a discipline. We are also actually mentioning the formalization of negative numbers and the revolutionary introduction of zero as both symbol and as a number. So Brahmagupta's magnum opus is very profound, and he's also written in his book, which is Brahmagupta Siddhanta, which was early 628 CE, and was a text that combined astronomy with mathematics, but its mathematical section becomes timeless. So, in this treatise, he articulated the rules of arithmetic operations involving zero and negative numbers. The concept that had baffled scholars for centuries, and that is something which still we actually enjoy doing while doing maths. He declared that the subtracting a number from itself yield zero, that zero added to a number leaves it unchanged, and that zero multiplied by any number is zero. So these may sound obvious today, but in his era, they were ground-breaking formulation that gave mathematics a new logic and consistency. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching, because that will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, going forward about this magnificent personality, which is, his name is Brahmagupta. So equally the revolutionary was his treatment of negative numbers. While earlier tradition often dismissed the negative as meaningless, but Brahmagupta recognized them as a debt. In contrast to the positive number as fortunes, he laid down the rule that debt minus zero is a debt. A fortune minus zero is fortune, and the product of two debt is a fortune. So this conceptual clarity allowed algebra to flourish and paving way to most equations that could handle a wider range of values. So Brahmagupta also advanced algebraic methods. He described a solution to quadratic equations and that introduction of the rules for dealing with unknowns, and even touched upon what we now call intermediate equation. So his systematic approach to algebra was centuries ahead of its time, influencing mathematicians across culture, from Islamic Golden Age to Renaissance of Europe. So beyond algebra, Brahmagupta's insight extended to geometry and astronomy. He provided formulas for areas of cyclic quadrilaterals and improved a method for calculating eclipse and refined the planetary models. Yet, his enduring legacy remains the elevation of zero from placeholder to a full-fledged number, a conceptual leap that enables the decimal system and modern mathematics. What makes Brahmagupta's contribution so profound is not just the technical brilliance, but the philosophical depth. In the recognizing zero, he also acknowledged the void as a mathematical entity, a symbol of nothingness that paradoxically becomes the cornerstone of everything. So his vision bridges the abstract and the practical, ensuring that mathematics could describe both the heavens above and the transactions of daily life. Today, every equation that balances, every algorithm that runs, every digital system that encodes information owes a debt to Brahmagupta's genius. He was not merely a mathematician of antiquity, he was a pioneer who gave humanity the tool to think beyond limits, to embrace the infinite, and to calculate the impossible. So as we reflect Brahmagupta's legacy, it becomes clear that his genius was not confined to the 7th century. It contains to shape the very fabric of our modern world. By formalizing the rules of zero, negative numbers, and algebraic operation, he gave humanity a language of balance and precision that underpins everything from the financial system to the artificial intelligence. His vision transformed the abstract ideas into tools of calculations, bridging the philosophy and the practicality in a way that still resonate today. In 2026, when algorithm drives economies, when quantum computer explore the boundaries of possibilities, and when the AI models learn through the billions of equations, we are reminded that these marvels rest upon the foundation Brahmgupta laid. His courage to nothingness and to embrace the paradox of negative was not just a mathematical breakthrough, it was philosophical revolution. So, closing this story on Brahmgupta, but Brahmgupta stands as a timeless pioneer, a thinker who proved that even the emptiness of zero could become the cornerstone of infinite progress. His work is not just a history, it is a pulse of every calculation we make today. So please send us your comments on this subject. Subscribe to our channel for more insight to know about spirituality and mythology in a scientific way. See you in the next one. But before we end, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, you are most welcome. Namaskaram. In today's volatile market, CEOs are constantly looking for sustainable edge. While we obsess over metrics and ROI, the ancient wisdom offers a different perspective on growth and risk management. In order to address this issue, we will take help of Bhagavad Gita, and in this video we break down some of the learnings that can, tell us how to do better risk management. Let's go and discuss this further. Friends, you are a CEO. You live life by the key performance indicator. You look at the balance sheet, quarterly projections, and market share percentage. You are wired to believe that everything in business must have an immediate, measurable return on investment. If it doesn't scale, if it doesn't hit the bottom line today, you are told that it's a waste of time. But what if I told you that there is one specific investment, that is one strategy that defies the laws of quarterly accounting? What if I told you that in world of high frequency volatility, the most efficient thing you can do for your company is to commit to a path that seemingly doesn't offer a quick payout? So friends, if you have reached so far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in. Now let's move ahead. Today we are going to look at 5,000-year-old business strategy from Bhagavad Gita. It's a verse that every CEO who is worried about longevity of their brand needs to, internalize. Following the path of dharma will never go waste, and that is where that is the first stanza of the verse. It will never hamper your progress, whereas even a little advancement will save you from many dangers. This is chapter 2, verse 40 of Bhagavad Gita. Now let us break it down. First, the word dharma. In business, especially in the business context, think of dharma not just as religion, but as your purpose or your right action. It is the alignment of your organization with its core values, its truth, and the responsibility to the ecosystem it operates in. The words make two massive claims. First, it will never go waste. Second, it saves you from many dangers. Let's look at why this is the ultimate competitive advantage. In business, we often view purpose or the ethics as a luxury. We think once I hit my revenue target, then I'll focus on the purpose. We treat it as an expense, something that sits in the charity budget, not the growth budget, etc. But the Gita argues the opposite. It says that the action taken in alignment with your true purpose never go waste. Think about compounding interest. When you start a business, your early efforts often yield zero visible results. You are pouring time, money, and soul into a product or a culture that hasn't taken off yet. But the traditional matrix, that is wasted time, but Dharma says no. So, as per the tradition, you will think, oh, it's completely gone case and time wasted and revenue loss. But Dharma says no. Every ethical decision, every moment of the integrity, every time you choose the right thing over the easy thing, you are building a brand equity that is invisible to your competitors. It is not wasted, it is compounding. When a crisis hit, that bank account of trust and purpose is exactly what keeps your company solvent. Now, look at the second part of the verse. Even the little advancement will save you from many dangers. This is essentially the ancient definition of anti fragility. We spend millions on risk management, legal teams, and compliance. We try to build walls around our business to prevent disaster. But the Gita suggests that the most effective mitigation management strategy isn't a firewall, it is your purpose. When your company is grounded in a strong why, a deep sense of dharma, you become immune to the dangers that destroys other companies. What are those dangers? First, danger of being irrelevant. When your purpose is clear, you don't chase fads. You stay focused. That prevents you from burning out your resources on projects that don't matter. Number two is danger of culture decay. If your culture is built on easy money rather than purpose, it crumbles under pressure. But a purpose driven team, when they stay they can stay steady through the storm. And lastly, the danger of ethical blindness. We've all seen the headlines: CEOs who lost everything because they ignored the small ethical corner they cut. The verse tells us that even a little advancement, a small daily commitment to doing what is right, act as a radar, alerting you to danger before they become catastrophes. So, how do you actually apply this? You're not a monk, you are a CEO. You have a payroll that you want to basically meet for your employees. Here is your three-step strategy that you can actually use to operationalize this dharma. Number one, integrity audit. Once a week, ask yourself, are you doing this because it's the right thing for your customers and your long term vision, or because it is the path of the least resistance? If it is latter, you are deviating from your path. Number two, protect a small win. Don't dismiss the small ethical wins. Did you treat a junior employee with respect today? That's your dharma. Did you correct a minor error in a report that no one would have noticed? That's your dharma. There are small advancements that build your resilience. And lastly, long term horizon. When making a decision, extend your time horizon. If you make the decision, will it still hold up 10 years down the line? If the answer is no, you are inviting danger. If the answer is yes, you are building a legacy. The market changes, technology become obsolete, your competitors will innovate, pivot, and potentially disrupt you. But one thing that cannot replicate is the weight of the company that is grounded in its purpose. So Bhagavad Gita reminds us that we are not just running companies, we are building legacies. And a legacy is only as strong as the integrity with which it was built. So stop worrying about whether your purpose is efficient enough. Stop measuring your soul by this quarter's ROI. Start doing the work, build the foundation, because as a text says, your effort will never go waste, and it will be the very thing that saves you when the market turns against you. My name is CK, and if you're ready to lead with the new level of clarity, I want to hear from you. What is that one small advancements you are going to make this week to align your business with its true purpose? Drop this particular statement in the comments below, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one. Namaskar.
From counting steps to coaching lives, Google's health coach isn't just tracking your fitness, it is rewriting the future of wellness. With Gemini Premium as its stage, the Fitbit legacy bows out, and the new AI powered mentor steps in to guide every heartbeat, every habit, and every choice. So, let's find out more about this. In 2026, the Google has taken a decisive steps in reshaping the digital health landscape by rolling out its health coach globally for a Gemini Premium subscriber. This move marks the quiet sunset of Fitbit's standalone app and signaling a consolidation of Google's health ecosystem under Gemini AI umbrella. What was once a fitness tracker companion has now evolved into a full-fledged AI-driven health advisor designed not merely to log steps or monitor sleep, but to actively guide user towards healthier lifestyles with personalized context, awareness, and recommendation. So the health coach integrates seamlessly with Gemini's broader AI capabilities, offering a holistic view of wellness, and its draw from the wearable data, nutrition log, and even the environmental cues to craft a tailored action plan. So unlike Fitbit's app, which largely focus on metrics, and progress tracking, health coach positioning itself as a proactive partner and anticipating needs, suggesting the interventions, and nudging the user towards sustainable habits. For example, the quality, it might recommend adjusting a evening routine or highlight dietary factors, or even suggest mindful exercises, all backed by AI driven insight. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward, the rollout effect Google's ambition to merge health and AI into a single premium experience. By embedding health coach into Gemini Premium, Google is not only monetizing advanced health feature but also reinforcing the value proposition of its AI subscription model. So the shift underscores a broader industry trend. Health applications are no longer standalone and utilities, but integrated service within a larger AI ecosystem. Fitbit's application, once a pioneer in consumer health tracking, now becomes a legacy product and absorbing into the more expensive vision. So the implications are profound. On one hand, the user gain access to smarter, more adaptive health platform that can evolve with their needs. On the other hand, the question arises about the data privacy, the accessibilities, and the inclusivity. So, health coach reliance on AI means a sensitive personal data, a sleep cycle, maybe a nutrition, stress level are processed at a scale. While the Google promises robust safeguard, the consolidation of health data under a single corporate AI raising the inevitable concern about the transparency and control. Moreover, by tying a health coach to Gemini Premier, Google risk creating a two-tier health system where the advanced AI driven wellness tools are available only to those who can afford subscription fee. And from a cultural perspective, the replacement of Fitbit's application symbolizes the end of the fitness tracker era and the dawn of AI mediated health. Fitbit once represented the democratization of health tracking and simple device empowering everyday users to monitor their activity. But when we talk about the health coach, so health coach by contrast embodies the AI first philosophy of 2026, where the wellness is no longer just measured but actively managed by the intelligent system. And this shift mirrored the broader societal changes as AI became the embedded in daily life. Even the personal health is reframed through predictive algorithm and digital coaching. So critics definitely arguing that the more risk alienated a long-time fitness user who valued the simplicity of the application. So the health coach AI, which is a heavy interface, may feel overwhelming or intrusive to those who are accustomed to straightforward tracking. Yet the Google's bet is clear. The future of health lies not in a passive measurement but in active AI driven guidance. So if the successful health coach could redefine as how individuals emerged with their wellness and transforming health application from passive record keepers into a dynamic partner in everyday life. So that is a change. And ultimately, the Google Health Coach globally rollout, it is more than a product update. It is a strategic orientation of digital health. So by folding Fitbit into Gemini Premium, Google signals the health is no longer a kind of a very different or very alone ecosystem. The move consolidates the Google position in competitive health tech market, challenges rivals like Apple Health and Samsung Health, and set the stage for future AI is not just a tool but a trusted companion in the personal well-being. So Fitbit era of simple tracking closes and the new chapter begins where the every choice is guided by intelligence that learn with you. And the Google Health Coach is not just an application, it is a whisper of tomorrow. So wellness as digital mentor shaping the rhythm of human health in the age of AI. So what do you think about this? So I look forward for your comments, and we have come to the end. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel. See you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskar. Let me ask you, is Mars actually resource poor? While the red planet has plenty of dust and iron, building a self-sustaining high-tech civilization requires rare metals that are nearly impossible to find on the Martian surface. In this video, we dive deep into the latest research explaining why the asteroid mining isn't just a sci-fi dream. It is a mandatory pillar for the future of Martian economy as well as the Martian colony of humans on the surface of Mars. From platinum group metals to essential rare earth element, we explore the logistics of the space-to-space supply chain and why the first trillionaires will likely be those who bridge the gap between the asteroid belt and the Martian colonies. Let us explore this further. Imagine it's the year 2050. We have a city on Mars known as Argyre City. It has several domes, hydroponic farms, and thousands of residents. But there is a silent crisis brewing. To build the next generation of quantum computers for the city's grid or to repair an advanced medical scanner in the colony's hospital, we need something Mars simply doesn't have: rare earth metals and platinum group elements. Mars is often called the Earth's twin, sort of, but geologically, it's a very different beast. While Mars has iron, aluminum in abundance, it lacks the billions of years of complex plate tectonics and the hydrothermal activity that concentrated the rare minerals into ore bodies on the surface of the Earth. Today we are exploring why the dream of self-sustaining Martian civilization will fail without a strategic industrial backyard, which is the asteroid belt. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you're watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Why can't we just ship it from Earth? To understand the Martian economy, you have to understand the gravity well. Earth is a massive planet with a deep gravity well. To launch a single kilogram of material from Earth to Mars costs thousands of dollars in fuel and the specialized hardware. And we also have to understand the economic well. The shipping heavy industrial equipment or bulk raw materials from Earth is a recipe for bankruptcy. And there is also a distance problem. We can only launch every 26 months when the planet aligns. A Martian colony cannot wait for 2 years for a spare part made of iridium or palladium, etc. This is where the asteroid belt comes in. It sits next door to Mars, and more importantly, it has almost zero gravity. It is energetically cheaper to bring a massive asteroid to Martian orbit than it is to bring to a small crate of supplies from surface of the Earth. The recent study suggested that for Mars to move beyond a frontier outpost and become a true economy, it needs a steady supply of materials that are rare on its surface. Platinum groups metals, which are also known as PGMs, these elements like platinum, palladium, iridium, and essentially these are high in demand for high-end electronics, fuel cells, and chemical catalysts. There are other things like volatiles. While Mars have water ice, asteroids are rich in ammonia and hydrocarbons, which are the building blocks of advanced fertilizers and plastics. Then there are third advantage here, which is the structural need. To build a massive radiation shielded city, we need specialized alloys. Asteroid like 16 Psi or literal metal worlds containing more iron, nickel, and gold than all the mines on Earth combined. In this mandatory Martian economy, the surface of Mars is for living, but the space around Mars is for manufacturing. Imagine orbital refineries circling the red planet, robotic tugboats capture the small metal-rich asteroids and bring them into Mars orbit. Here in 0G, we can actually use concentrated solar mirrors to melt the rocks and extract pure metals. We have to, at this point, also talk about 0G manufacturing. Some materials are actually easier to produce in space because you don't have to fight gravity. There are several advantages also which is related to logistics. Mars becomes the administrative and residential hub, while the Martian moon Phobos and Deimos serves as a landing area for these engineers, and also for loading docks for asteroids mining fleet. The history tells us that the wealth follow infrastructure. The first trillionaires of the Martian era won't just be those who build the houses. They will be the ones who control the supply chain of rare minerals. And then therefore there will be era of strategic alliances. We are already seeing the groundwork for this today with partnership between legacy aerospace companies and AI driven startup focusing on agentic AI, which are autonomous systems that can mine those rocks without human intervention. Then, it will also create economic sovereignty. For a Martian colony to be truly independent of Earth, it must control its own resources. Asteroid mining provides the resource independence, and therefore Martian colony can become a separate country, sort of separate from Earth. Building a city on Mars is arguably the hardest thing humanity will ever attempt. It is not just a feat of engineering, it is the feat of economics. A Martian city without asteroid mining is just a high-tech camp on life support. But a Martian city with asteroid mining, that a civilization becomes much more advanced and will be resource rich. It's the moment we stop being visitors in space and start being a truly multi-planetary species. So the next time when you look at a shooting star, don't just see a streak of light, see the steel, gold, and the future of our next home. My name is EK. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining live. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into the future of space and strategy. In case you have any opinion or a question, please do not hesitate to send it across in the comment section below. Before I go, I will like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Ever wondered why you possesses a specific personality trait, strength, and struggles that defines you? In this video, we dive into the profound wisdom as guided by Bhagavad Gita. There are several shlok, but we will actually examine one of the shlok which unveils the source code of human existence, explaining that every quality we see in humanity, from intelligence, knowledge, and courage to fear, sorrow, and even infamy, originates from a single divine source. By exploring this ancient perspective, you will gain a new understanding of the nature of the universe and your place within the grand designs. We break down the complex list of qualities mentioned in the verse and discuss how realizing their origin can help you cultivate inner peace, equanimity, and self-awareness in your daily life. Let's go. Have you ever looked in the mirror and wondered, why am I this way? Why do you feel intense joy one day and profound sorrow the very next day? Why do you have the courage to face a challenge yet feel paralyzed by a sudden, irrational fear? We often think our personality is just a random collection of habits and experience. But what if there was a blueprint? What if the entire spectrum of human experience, the light and the shadow, the brilliance and the failures, wasn't just you, but a reflection of the very nature of the universe? Today we are decoding one of the most profound verses in the ancient wisdom, which is Bhagavad Gita, chapter 10, verse 5. It is quite literally the source code of human existence. So in chapter 10, Bhagwan Krishna is revealing his vibhuti, his divine manifestation. He is explaining that he is not just a distant force, but the active underlying reality behind everything we perceive. The verse reads like this, and the quote starts: intelligence, knowledge, clarity of thoughts, forgiveness, truthfulness, sense control, mind control, joy, sorrow, birth, death, fear, courage, non-violence, equanimity, contentment, austerity, charity, fame, and infamy. These diverse qualities of living beings are created by me alone. And the quote close. So when you look at this list, you'll see a paradox. Most spiritual teaching tells you to seek joy and avoid sorrow. But here Bhagwan Krishna says both come from the same source. This is a massive shift in perspective. It suggests that your entire emotional and psychological landscape is not an accident. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's break this down. Bhagwan Krishna lists 20 qualities. Think of these as the primary color of the human consciousness. The intellectual cluster. Let's start with this. The intelligence, knowledge, clarity. These are the tools we use to navigate the material world. Next is the moral cluster, which is forgiveness, truthfulness, non-violence. These are the traits of stabilized society. Next is the emotional duality cluster. This is the most fascinating part. Joy and sorrow, birth and death, fear and courage, fame and infamy. We would, why would their divine claim to be the source of infamy or fear? This is the crux of the hidden blueprint. The universe is a playground of duality. You cannot understand the concept of courage if you have never experienced fear. You cannot appreciate joy without the contrast of sorrow. By acknowledging that all these states arise from the same divine source, you stop labeling your emotions as good or bad. Instead, you begin to see them as weather patterns of the soul. They are transient state that passes through the framework of your being. So, how do we, use this? If you are having a bad day, if you are feeling sorrow, fear, or lack of contentment, don't panic. According to this verse, those feelings are not wrong. They are part of the spectrum of the human experience, and that is allowed to exist as well. The secret is to move from being the experiencer to the observer. When you realize that your intelligence and your fear both come from the same ultimate source, you create a gap. In that gap, you find peace. You stop fighting your own mind. You start accepting the full, vibrant, and messy spectrum of the human life as it is, rather than how you wish to wear it, right? Now, this is the ultimate form of mind control, not suppressing the emotion, but recognizing its source. You're not just your thoughts, and you're not just your emotions. You are the canvas upon which these 20 qualities are painted. Understanding this blueprint changes how you interact with the world. You become more forgiving because you understand that everyone else is also playing out these same qualities. You become more equanimous because you now know that every high and every low is just a part of a grand design. And friends, I want you to think about the quality from that list today. Just one of them, maybe one you have been struggling with. How does your perspective changes if you see it in not as a flaw, but as a thread in the blueprint of your existence? So do let me know if you have any questions. We can discuss this further as well on one-on-one basis. All right, friends. So if we have come to the end, before I close this live stream, I would like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, did you know that Oracle just secured a massive $300 million windfall and the cloud computing landscape will never be the same? In this video, we break down how Larry Ellison's tech giant pulled off this incredible financial feat, and what it means for the escalating cloud wars against the giants like AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud. As the enterprise demand for AI integrated cloud infrastructure skyrockets, Oracle positions itself as a dominant force. We will analyze the specific deals that led to this jackpot, the impact on Oracle's stock, and why the analysts are shifting their outlook on the company's long-term growth. Let's go and explore this further. For decades, the cloud wars had a predictable hierarchy. Amazon, Microsoft, and Google sat on the throne while everyone else fought, for the crumbs. But in late 2025 and moving into 2026, the script has been flipping. In fact, it has flipped completely now. Oracle, the company your dad knew for databases, just hit another 300 billion jackpot. This isn't just a win, it's a tectonic shift. We are talking about a massive multi-year deal with OpenAI that has sent Oracle's backlog or remaining performance obligations soaring to an eye-watering $553 billion. Today we are diving into the new Oracle. How did Larry Ellison turns a legacy software company into the backbone of the AI revolution? Is this 300 billion windfall a guaranteed victory, or is Oracle building a house of cards on the back of a single customer? So friends, before we move forward, and if you've reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's break it down. To understand the jackpot, we have to look at the numbers. The headline is $300 billion. 5-year contract with OpenAI. To put that in perspective, that's roughly 60 billion in revenue per year from just one client. Why would OpenAI, a company born in Microsoft Azure's cloud, move a massive chunk of its workload to Oracle? The answer is simple: capacity and power. OpenAI's hunger for compute is insatiable. They need electricity and lots of it. This deal involves 4.5 gigawatts of power capacity. That's enough to power 4 million homes. Oracle isn't just renting out existing space, they are building massive new AI factories under a project often referred to as Stargate. We are seeing brand new data centers, campuses in Texas and Ohio, packed with hundreds of thousands of NVIDIA Blackwell GPUs, Oracle's secret weapon. Their infrastructure was built later than AWS and Azure. That sounds like a disadvantage, but it actually means their Gen 2 cloud was designed specifically for high performance workload and modern databases, the exact environment AI needs to thrive. But building a 300 billion cloud isn't easy. You cannot just plug 400,000 GPUs into a wall socket. The traditional power grid cannot handle this. This is where the heating up part of your title gets literal. Just this week, in April 2026, Oracle made a massive move to solve the energy crisis. They have partnered with Bloom Energy for nearly 3 gigawatts of fuel cell power. Instead of waiting for years for local utility companies to build power lines, Oracle is building its own off-grid power plant. They are literally bypassing the grid to ensure their AI servers never go dark. This level of aggressive expansion is why Oracle Cloud Infrastructure revenue jumped 84% in most recent quarter. While the big three are growing at steady clips, Oracle is growing like a startup on a steroid. Now we have to talk about the red flag, which is $300 billion. Sounds great on paper, but Wall Street is nervous. Oracle stock has been going through some intense volatility lately. Why? Because customer concentration. Over 50% of Oracle's future backlog is tied to one company, which is OpenAI. If OpenAI struggles to monetize its model, or if the AI bubble cools down, Oracle is left holding the bill for billions of dollars in hardware and in data centers. Oracle's debt to equity ratio is also significantly higher than Microsoft or Amazon. They are borrowing heavily to build this future. They are spending $50 billion in capital expenditure this year alone. It's a bet the farm movement for Larry Ellison. Is Oracle a ticking time bomb or a visionary genius? The market can't quite decide at this point in time. So where does this leave us? Oracle has officially graduated. They are no longer the database company or the fourth placed cloud. With 300 billion jackpot in hand, they are the specialized AI cloud. That's the world's most powerful startup as flocking it. The cloud war is heating up because the rules have changed. It's no longer about who has the most features. It's about who has the most GPUs and most gigawatts. And Oracle has both. If they can execute on this backlog and diversify their client base beyond OpenAI, we might be looking at the new king of enterprise tech. But if the AI hype fails to meet reality, the $300 billion windfall could become a $300 billion lesson in over expansion. One thing is certain, Oracle isn't playing it safe anymore. They are playing for the whole jackpot. So friends, what do you think? Is Oracle the best AI player in the market, or the risk is too high? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dive into the tech that is going to shape 2026 and beyond. Thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, let me ask you, have you ever wondered about the origin of the universe, or if there is a force that transcends even the greatest cosmic beings? In order to answer this very profound question, we will take a deep dive into the most profound verses of Bhagavad Gita, more specifically chapter 10 verse 2. In this shlok, Bhagwan Krishna reveals a startling truth, and the quote starts, "Neither the host of demigods nor the greatest of the sages know my origin. For all in respects, I am the source of the demigods as well as the sages." And the quote close. Join us as we break down the philosophy behind this powerful statement. We explore what it means to be the source of all, Why even the greatest celestial being cannot fathom this ultimate reality, and how understanding this concept can transform your perspective on life, spirituality, and the nature of the universe. Let's go. Have you ever looked at the night sky and wondered who created all this? We often look for answers in science, history, or even philosophy. But what if the origin of everything was not a what, but who? And what if that who was beyond the reach of even the most enlightened being in existence? Today we are exploring one of the most profound, humbling, and mysterious verses in the entire Bhagavad Gita, mentioned in chapter 10, and the verse number is 2. It is a verse that shifts our entire perspective on the cosmos. I am CK, and today we are unraveling the source of everything. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand the magnitude of this verse, we need to set the stage. In the Vedic worldview, the universe is vast and layered. We have humanity, but above us are the rishis, the great sages, the seers, who possesses knowledge that span across time and dimensions. Above them we have the Devtas, the celestial administrators, and the being who manage the force of nature, from the sun to the wind to the rain. These are beings of immense power and intellect. They are essentially the architect of our immediate cosmic reality. Now, naturally, you might assume that if anyone knows the secret of the universe, if anyone knows the beginning, it would be these higher beings. They are closer to the divine after all. But then Krishna speaks in chapter 10, verse 2, and his words are absolute. And the verse reads like this: "Neither the host of demigods nor the great sages know my origin. For all, in all respect, I am the source of the demigods and the sages." And the quote close. Think about the weight of that statement. Krishna isn't just saying I am great. He is defining a fundamental limit to knowledge itself. He is telling Arjun and also us indirectly that even the most advanced, powerful, and enlightened entity in the universe are looking at the effect, while he is the cause. You cannot trace a river back to the source if you are standing in the middle of the river, and the source is the very water that sustains you. So, why would the Gita emphasize this so early in the Vibhuti Yoga chapter? First, it's a lesson in humility. If the greatest sages and the God doesn't know the origin of the source, it invites us to drop our arrogance. It reminds us that human logic, though brilliant, is finite. We are trying to measure an infinite architect using a finite rule. Second, it establishes non-duality. Krishna is stating that he is not a separate entity that appeared in the universe at some point in time. He is the pre-existing cause. Before the sun was lit, before the first rishi meditated, before the first devta took the post, he was already present. This brings us to the ultimate cosmic mystery. We often search for God in the end, at the end of our life, or at the end of our problem. But this verse challenges us to look for the beginning. It seeks the source rather than just the object that the source has been created. So, friends, what do you do with this information if the source is beyond the reach of gods and even sages? Is it impossible to know? The irony is, while they cannot know this origin because he has no origin, they can know him through devotion and realization. The Gita is not meant to keep us in the dark, it is meant to guide us to the light. So, when you struggle with the whys of your life, when you feel small in this vast universe, remember this verse. You are not a random accident. You are connected to the very source that even the celestial being acknowledge. You don't need to figure out the origin with your intellect. You cannot and you cannot actually reach the source itself. You connect to it with your heart. The universe is not a collection of matter, it's a manifestation of a divine source. So, friends, chapter 10, verse 2 is our invitation to stop looking at the scenery and start looking at the architect. Thank you for joining in this journey through the cosmic mystery with me today. If this shifts your perspective, please leave a comment below. And I will also like to ask you, what does the source mean to you in your daily life? And don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into the wisdom of the Bhagavad Gita. Once again, I am CK and I will see you very soon in the next one. Before I go today, let me share a word about affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Friends, the universe isn't just expanding, it is going somewhere. From the mysterious great attractor to the inevitable big freeze, where everything actually heading? That's a very big question that we want to address today. In this video, we trace the ultimate trajectory of every star, galaxy and atom in existence. Have you ever wondered about the final destination of the cosmos while we go about our daily lives? Our Milky Way galaxy is screaming through space at 2.2 million kilometers per hour. But where it is going, what is pulling it? Let us discuss this further.